Hello friends, this is Akul Mike Live and I'm your host Chandrakant. Today we are discussing about the climate change and it's a big subject, it's on everybody's mind, and we are actually trying to see how we can improve the climate and make sure that the humankind takes all the right step. And because of that there are some protests also brewing in different parts of the countries, and we have seen the effects of the climate change recently. To discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very senior person from UK. Friends, don't go anywhere. I will just take a very short break and join back along with my friend. Welcome back, friends, and I'm very honored and pleased to have Mr. Mike Bradley on the show. Mike is joining us from UK, and we will have a very good discussion about the climate change. Welcome to the show, Mike.
Good afternoon to you, Chandra. Trust you're well. Enjoying the weather. Improving a bit.
Good afternoon, Mike. I think it's a great monsoon season going on here in our country. And talking about monsoon, I think the rains actually created such a big havoc across the world. I mean, it used to happen in India always. It's like a common news, and every season there'll be a lot of catastrophes and landslides and sinkholes. It's like way of life here. But why this has become such a big news now, since it happened in Europe, it happened everywhere else, and then there are a lot of wildfires across North America. So certainly climate is changing, and even before we start the discussion, there is a comment from Mr. Syed Hussain, who is very happy that we are talking about climate. So Syed, thank you so much for your comment, and if you have any specific question, do shoot on and we will respond to you. So moving on, Mike, what is your opinion on this climate change?
Well, of course, we all have to take notice. Now is a time for us all to act, that's for sure. I think, it's abundantly obvious that things are happening on a global scale. We cannot keep going the way we were pre-pandemic. Over the pandemic, a lot of us realized that maybe commuting wasn't something we all have to do. We can actually work from home, and that's better for the environment. And I remember pictures of Mumbai with no traffic on the roads. I never thought I'd see that in my lifetime. So what we have seen over the pandemic is that things can be done differently. And what is for sure is, if we're going to arrest the chaos that we're seeing around the world, we have to do something different. So we cannot keep going the way we are. However, in the UK for the next 2 weeks, we have a group called Extinction Rebellion. If you do a hashtag on Twitter, you'll see that's already a trending subject in the UK for sure. I don't know if globally, but Extinction Rebellion's campaign is based on civil disobedience and business disruption, according to their own mantra. They want to challenge the status quo on climate and the ecological crisis. I think that's absolutely right. I don't, however, think it's right that there should be civil disobedience and business disruption. I don't actually think that actually is the way to move forwards in a positive way. I don't think any of our global economies can cope with that. I think it's an ideological dream or nightmare, I should say, and therefore we need to take a different approach. We need to take a more responsible approach to solving the climate environmental crisis.
I think you are making a lot of sense. I think that is the way to go. Coming back to climate changes, I think it has not happened yesterday. It is thousands of years of doing, and it seems to be a normal occurrence. The climate, especially the atmosphere, keeps to increase the carbon dioxide, etc. But this time it is because of the human activity. But surprisingly, because during the COVID period, the climate actually recovered quite a bit. the wildlife and the climate, etc., because people were not interfering in that. So at this point in time, doing a rebellion is counterproductive, because the way of life has changed already and is also changing. Maybe it will have a permanent way of life going forward in this decade. So the agitation for climate has the form of agitation must also change, because people are now working from home, they are not driving around, there is electric revolution, unconventional power generations are being promoted rather than the thermal power or nuclear power. So I think the environment is changing very, very rapidly, and therefore the rebellion, or as you said, rebellion is one of the trending hashtag today. It has to find its new method of driving their point. Don't you think so, Mike?
Yeah. I agree. I think there's in all things there's a balance to be struck, and one of the demands, shall we say, of this Extinction Rebellion is to stop investment in fossil fuels. I don't actually think that is the way to totally solve the problem, because it's not just fossil fuels that are causing the problem. I believe that it's the way that we are, on 4 levels, the way we are interacting with the environment. So there's an individual level. Do we still walk around houses and leave lights on? That's not good for the environment. That's not good for the resources of the planet. We all need to be prudent of that. There's the corporate business side of being responsible for the planet. Are we corporately making the right decisions, taking account of the ecological impact of what we're doing? There's the public and country level, where this, I think, also includes the political power plays. A swing back to traditional pre-pandemic commuting is not something to be encouraged. We, as you rightly say, in the pandemic, we saw how the environment improved when we stopped commuting. So let's ensure that countries are working towards an efficient way of allowing people to work, which doesn't go back to the old pre-pandemic, let's pollute the planet and burn it up, because that isn't going to continually work. And then I think there's a collective responsibility, and by that I mean there's a multinational, multilateral approach. It is no good 1/3 of the world deciding to do something and 2/3 of the world deciding they're not going to do something. We've all got to take responsibility, and I think all 4 of those levels, it's very much around being prudent, being aware, being conscious, being good stewards of the environment. And in some way, those 4 different levels, there's a personal element and there's an external, well, if you're not going to do it for yourself, we're going to find a way to make you actually be more environmentally conscious. Now, what I do think is also important, a lot of talk around electric vehicles. I don't necessarily think electric vehicles are the solution for everything. For a start, a lot of countries are already struggling with lack of electricity. So putting everybody into electric vehicles isn't necessarily going to solve the problem. Cutting out transportation, cutting out the reason to travel, reducing the amount of time that we each individually sit in a vehicle, that is actually going to have a bigger impact than, in my view, electric vehicles in the short term. The way that we produce the electric vehicle batteries, I believe, is also inefficient. So electric vehicles aren't necessarily the way to go. I do, however, think alternative natural sources of energy, they are to be encouraged. So whether it be solar, whether it be wind, whether it be hydro, we have to utilize natural resources much more efficiently. You could say that fossil fuels are natural resources, but actually what we need to do is be more prudent about what we're doing. And for me, this comes down to what I call the big three green goals. So in each one of those four categories, individual, corporate, public, country level, collectively, we have to be conscious of focusing on the big three things that we as an entity impact the climate negatively on. And if we work on those big three things, then the chances are we'll make a bigger impact faster. We do have to make a big impact. On that, I agree with Extinction Rebellion. What I don't agree with is civil disobedience and business disruption as a way to do it, particularly when every economy is on its knees already because of COVID. So what we have to do is find a sensible way to do it. So if each one of those four categories could look at their own consumption pattern and say, well, actually, the bulk of our pollution or climate impact is, let's say, commuting. Well, then let's find a way to revolutionize commuting. If it's the way we process chemicals in our factories, then let's look at a way that we can do that better. If it's the way we manufacture goods, let's look at ways we can do that better using alternative sources of power. If it's wastage, let's find ways to reduce the amount of waste. But I think every one of those four categories can look at the big three. Don't worry about the other minutiae because they're not going to make fast enough impact. Look at the big three climate impacting areas in your entity, whether it be a country, whether it be a public organization, whether it be a corporate, whether it be individual, and whether it be multinational globally, the G7, etc. Because those are the things that are going to have the biggest impact.
Very rightly pointed out, Mike. And in fact, viewers, this program is going live across the world. And whichever corner of the world you are, you can communicate with us, post your questions on any comments using the chat function in your social media. So any social media, we are going live on all of them. So, since we are global, Mike, I think the question that I need to ask is the almost like 40% to 45% population resides in India and China. These two countries may be doing something, but I think, why don't you tell us what the people think about greenhouse gas emission back there in your own country, which is UK? How people want to lead life going forward in order to reduce their the carbon footprint and become green. Is there a thinking way ahead among people?
I think it varies. I think it varies by generation, Chandra. I think younger people, Gen Zs and people like that, they will grow up thinking environmental consciousness. They have a future for the next, 30, 40, 50, 60 years, and they are going to be negatively impacted. So, the Greta Thunbergs of this world, they have a vested interest in ensuring things are sorted. Unfortunately, I think some of the people at the apex of organizations and countries are tinkering around the edges. Some are doing it for political gain. I saw a local councillor on the television the other night boasting about the fact that they put a cycling lane in which has slowed down all the traffic because cycling is deemed to be better for the environment. It was a very arrogant stance. It was a very stupid stance because what's happened is the 92% of motoring traffic has now been slowed down, meaning their journeys are longer. The cycling lanes remain empty 21 hours a day. So how does, reducing the amount of potential for motoring traffic to go faster, how does that positively impact the traffic? So that's a politician who's actually taking on board a trendy term, let's all go cycling. But if you've got to cycle 50 miles to do a job, that isn't very practical. So, there's got to be a reality check. And so all this, propaganda and jumping on the trends isn't the way to go. I do believe the way to go, like I said, is for each one of those four, individuals, corporates, public, country level, and collectively as a globe, we have to take it seriously, and we have to ensure that we look at the big three that are massively impacting our own individual footprints, our own entity footprint. That is the only way to actually do this. I think there is a general move now. There is a general acceptance that the climate has changed or is changing. Some people would say, well, that's natural, it's changing anyway. Some people would blame climate change on environmental abuse. But what we have to ensure is that these extremes do not take the collective eye off the ball. What we have to do is all take it seriously and all work towards minimizing our environmental impact. Things are changing. I feel that one of the most worrying parts is that the ice caps are melting. Once they go, there is probably little chance in us being able to counteract that. The impact is going to be ginormous. So we do have to act. Like I say, I do agree with Extinction Rebellion. We've got to do something. What I do think we need to do is do it in a responsible and collective manner, rather than seeking to, cause businesses further disruption and chaos when they're already struggling to repay their COVID loans and et cetera, et cetera. That isn't going to help anybody. It's certainly not going to help the Gen Zs coming through and the millennials who are actually going to need these businesses to provide them with jobs and income and ways to live.
Well, Mike, we have a question from a viewer, and she has actually joined in from Facebook. Her name is Kanchan Verma, and she says, time has come to switch to electric vehicle, and in England as well, and England should be working towards environment conservation when it comes to transport management. I think that's really her question is, is England working towards adapting the electric vehicle transport system for better environment conservation? Your answer, Mike.
I think, as I mentioned earlier, I don't think electric vehicles are necessarily the solution to the problem. I think the biggest solution is to actually get traffic off of the roads, ensure that only essential traffic is using the roads. That means we need to be conscious of traffic flows, because there is still going to be a power requirement for electric vehicles. And electric vehicles, if you are like me, based on the south coast with that nice, beautiful beach nearby, trying to get up to somewhere in the north of England, whether it be for personal or for business reasons, you cannot do it in an electric vehicle. So electric vehicles aren't yet, in my opinion, able to handle every situation. So expecting everybody to go electric is not going to work. And England is a relatively small country. So it may be possible to go from Cardiff to Birmingham, or Birmingham to Norwich, or Birmingham to York, or Birmingham to take Birmingham because it's in the middle. It's obvious that it's going to be easier to reach with an electric vehicle if you're going from Birmingham. But if you're living at the extremes of the country, electric vehicles are not going to work. So expecting everybody to go electric, not practical. The logistics industry, potentially, as new technologies emerge, more natural-based technologies, solar energy, wind energy, some ways to harness that effectively. I don't think electric is necessarily the way to go. But I also do agree that we need to reevaluate and continually review our transport policy and we need to ensure that we're concentrating on traffic flow, not blockage, because that's not going to help the environment. And we need to focus on getting traffic off of the roads wherever possible. And there should be fiscal policies that encourage that. I don't know if that's answered that lady's question. No doubt, there's going to be not necessarily agreement there. I wouldn't expect there to be. I think these things are up for debate. I think we've got to be practical and not ideological, because ideological will not get us where we need to be.
Well, Kanchan, hopefully your question was answered. If not, you are most welcome to post your additional question. No problem with that. So Mike, let me share my personal experience. I started riding bicycle about 7-8 years back, and initially it was quite tough. Even 1 or 2 kilometers used to be very tough, but then gradually I picked up this stamina, and I was riding almost like 50 kilometers a day, going to office, coming back, going to office, coming back. And then there were other people in my group. There were guys who were riding 50 kilometers one way, so about 80 to 90 kilometers in a day. And there were other nerds, and these nerds are not necessarily junior guys. These are the CEOs and really creme de la creme, who were riding almost like 150 kilometers for a cup of tea. They used to plan it, hey, let's go there and let's have a cup of tea in that particular joint, and they ride 150 kilometers. So what I'm trying to say is that even though England or UK is a smaller country, not as big as India, what I know about UK is that if you drive 80 kilometers in either direction, you will hit the ocean. So which is so small compared to what figures I'm trying to share with you. So if you practice, and if you put a small electric motor, then you can actually reduce your exertion and still go green. And
I think exertion isn't the problem. I think exertion isn't the problem, Chandra. I think the problem is practicality. If you're going along a street, and let's say, we need to look at the whole picture. The whole picture means that if you're needing to go 50 kilometers to the office, do you need to go 50 kilometers to the office every day? Or could you go work? Well, could you work from home? Could you work locally in a local work hub where you collect together with other people in your area, and only occasionally maybe you do your 50 kilometer cycle? However, I every time I see cycles on UK streets, we haven't got the width. That one of the problems of having a small country is we haven't actually got the road width available to put cycles there and motor vehicles on the same side of the road. So what I see time and time again, so you see maybe 3 to 4 cyclists, and they will be riding at the edge of the road, meaning no vehicles can overtake them. So whilst it's great because those 4 cyclists are actually not burning any fuel for the environment, maybe a bit of methane if they've had to have steak for breakfast, but then the rest of the traveling public is held up behind them, and their journey is longer. So as I said before, cycling in and of itself is not the solution. Getting traffic off the roads that doesn't need to be there, that's a solution. Allowing people to work locally or work from home or work remotely 80% of their time, that's part of the solution. Having traffic flowing properly is part of the solution. That might mean contraflows, which means in the morning going into town, there are 2 lanes and 1 lane going out, and the other way around in the evenings. So that I saw that in Rio on the Copacabana road, where in the mornings, 2 traffic lanes went towards town and 1 came out, and they reversed that in the evening. That was sensible management of traffic. I think traffic flow is key to reducing consumption. I think reducing the amount of unnecessary commuting is key to it. I'm not saying cycling may not be part of the solution. If you're working in a place that you can get to by cycle, good on you. If you can walk it, good on you. If you can't, you shouldn't be condemned. But also the organisations, be they corporate or public, need to also be conscious that maybe part of their big three green goals is to reduce the amount of time people have to commute into their office unnecessarily.
Yes, I think it's a very large subject, Mike. We can circle back on this subject in future and discuss specifically how you can adapt the electric revolution. But for today, I think let's get back to our discussion about the rebellion. So what is your opinion? What's going on in terms of the environmental rebellion which is brewing up? And I think it's mostly happening in the UK. What really is happening over there?
Well, they just cause chaos, basically. Their objective is to raise the profile of their issue. And at the moment, their big issue is stop investment in fossil fuels. I don't necessarily, like I said earlier, don't think that's necessarily the solution. Not everybody can go electric. So more efficient use of fossil fuels, there should be investment in. Maybe instead of using, 3 gallons, 20 litres, they should be working on trying to use 1 gallon and 10 litres. That would be an investment in fossil fuels, but it would be an investment which says let's see how we can do this more efficiently. So I don't think stopping investment is the way to go. I do think, however, investing in more efficient use of fossil fuels is possibly a better agenda. I never see the point in civil disobedience. I think we're all fully aware that something needs to be done. I don't think causing chaos in cities is the way to help anybody, least of all the public who are trying to sort of get back on their feet after COVID. And I do, however, hope that, and there's already the big summit coming up, which Alok Sharma is organising, I think, in Glasgow at the end of the year. So there is focus within Westminster to try and improve things. Extinction Rebellion doesn't need to raise that. What we do collectively need to do is accelerate our approach and our prudent approach to solving the climate crisis. And like I say, for me, that's the big 3 green goals. Each one of those 4 categories needs to examine that, come up with it, and if they won't do it, then maybe that's where the governments need to step in and say, look, if you can't self-regulate, we're going to make you look at the top 3 things in your organisation that could have a positive impact on the climate.
Well, I think the world has really changed, especially if I have to talk about India. The noise pollution has come down because people are not riding their vehicles on the street. The water pollution has come down because we are not creating so much dump into the rivers and oceans as we were earlier. The air pollution has come down because we are not using driving around unnecessary for small things, which was the norm. You want to have a cup of tea somewhere, you just drive around. Instead, now just ask your friend to come online on some sort of digital conference and have you bring your coffee and you have your coffee together. So I think the lifestyle is changing, and because of that, the reason for rebellion must also change. I think our appeal to the people who are fighting for a good cause must look at this as well and make sure that the civil disobedience is also changed along with the time. So with this, we can end our discussion, Mike. Unless you have any last words, I will just ask you if you want to add something in the end.
No, I think we've got to all work collectively and positively together to create change. We've got to do it in a way that's prudent, and we've got to do it in a way that enables us to continue doing what we have to do to put food on the table and roofs over our heads. And therefore, we need to do it in a way that is embracing the democratic process, not trying to usurp it.
Thank you so much, Mike, for finding time and discussing about this very important subject. We'll catch up with you next week once again on something more interesting. Bye-bye for today.
Look forward to it. Take care. Thank you, Chandra. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. In today legal matter, we are actually going to discuss about the history of High Court and what is its jurisdiction. So, many people keep hearing about these news that High Court has given this order and Supreme Court has given this order, but seldom people know about the difference between High Court and Supreme Court. To discuss this matter, I will be joined by my friend from Ahmedabad, Mr. Jeet Bhatt, and he will tell us the differences between High Court, Supreme Court, and also the brief history of the High Court. So without further ado, let's welcome Jeet.
Hello, Chandrakant. Hi, thank you for having me on legal matters. And yes, today we are going to discuss about this important topic of how the high courts came into existence in India and what are its jurisdictions. So, a brief history before I start on the jurisdiction on how the high courts came to be established is obviously, as everybody must be aware, it is a colonial setup and came to be introduced when the Britishers were here. And the first three chartered high courts in the country were Calcutta, Madras, and Bombay. And people in Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras must be knowing that these high courts are almost 150 years, almost 150 years old. But there's a brief history before the high courts came to be set up on how Bombay, which in the early 17th century was part of the Goan colony, and the Goan colony gifted the island of Bombay to the Britishers on the marriage of King Charles II with the Catherine of Braganza. So it is because of this marriage between the King of England and the Princess of Portugal that the island of Bombay came to be gifted to the British crown in the year 1661. It is after that by way of a charter in 1969 that King Charles transferred the island of Bombay to the East India Company, because by that time East India Company had already established its business in India. So the administration of justice in the island of Bombay was started by the East India Company under the authority of the Crown of England. In 1694, at the similar time, the East India Company also became the Zamindar in Bengal due to the purchase of villages with the consent of Nawab of Bengal. And the East India Company also established a settlement in Madras by that time. So by 1694, they had already occupied the territories of Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. And therefore, they established the courts of records in the year 1694 itself. By 1694, since the East India Company was already administrating justice in these regions, they established courts of records by 1726, and which are later on known as the Supreme Courts of Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras. So earlier, it were known as the Supreme Courts and not the High Courts. But later on, with the advent of 19th century, when the British Crown took over the entire territories in India and established the colony, the Government of India Act came to be passed by the British Parliament in the year 1858. And this, by way of this Government of India Act, the Indian High Courts Act came to be established, passed by the British Parliament, which authorized the creation of high courts in several presidencies and instead of the Supreme Court. So therefore, in 1862, the first High Court in India came to be set up in Calcutta, known as the High Court of Calcutta, and that is the first High Court in the country. Then 1865, the High Court of Bombay and Madras were set up. So they are more than almost 145 to 150-year-old High Court, the oldest High Courts in the country. And later on, the British Empire established the entire legal system in India based on their own system. So at that time, high courts were having the writ jurisdictions, and which writs were being issued by the kings in the time, in the olden times, in the British Empire. And later on, when the high courts were established, those rights were given to the judges in the high courts as well. So basically, high court judges exercise the powers that the king has of issuance of writs. And even today, under the Indian Constitution, we have adopted a similar setup, in the sense that the high courts are having the jurisdiction and the power to issue writs for the enforcement of the rights of the citizens. And there are basically five writs which are issued, and the jurisdiction of the High Court is given under Article 226 of the Constitution, and the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court for issuance of writs is under Article 32 of the Constitution of India. Both these articles are extremely important, because if any fundamental or constitutional right of any citizen is abridged by the state or the state machinery or its instrumentality or its agencies, then the persons aggrieved, the citizens, do have a right to approach the High Court as well as the Supreme Court for enforcement of their rights under the Constitution. And this is a very important piece of provision, empowering the high courts for in issuance of writs for the enforcements of the rights of the citizens. Now, you and your viewers would obviously be aware that the Constitution for the first time gave the fundamental rights to the citizens of this country, which this country never had before. And by the fundamental rights that we have under the Constitution, the right of equality, the right not to be discriminated, the right to be treated equally, the right to trade and profession, right to carry on business activities, the right to travel to any part of India, to right to reside in any part of India, the right to life with dignity, etc. So right against protection against arrest, etc. There are several fundamental rights from Article 13 onwards. And the enforcement of these fundamental rights, the most important provision is Article 32, which directly gives the Supreme Court the power to enforce these rights. Though in the earlier days, there are judgments when the Supreme Court was set up in 1950, where the Supreme Court says that we will watch the actions of the government, because we are the custodians of the fundamental right. We will protect these rights come what may. And these were the words of the Supreme Court initially, but then later on, with so much of litigation, so much of cases pending, now the Supreme Court is of the opinion that the high courts also have a similar power of issuance of writs, which we also have. Rather, high courts have a wider power, in the sense that high courts can be approached for the enforcement of any of the constitutional rights. So if there's violation of any of the provisions of the Constitution, the high court of that state will have the power for issuance of writs for the enforcement of rights, whereas the Supreme Court will have the right for enforcement of only fundamental rights. So this is the basic difference between the powers of High Court and Supreme Court, where High Court's power is much wider than Supreme Court in terms of enforcement of rights under the Constitution. Obviously, the Supreme Court being the last authority, the final arbiter of disputes, it will have a word of finality, and obviously its powers are not limited. It can exercise any power, and on the contrary, it can even mold the law in order to give relief if it thinks that it meets the ends of justice. But if you read the Constitution, Article 226 provides for a much wider power to the high courts than Article 32, which provides same power to the Supreme Court. So that is the setup which has been followed from the earlier colonial system to the present constitutional system under our constitution. But next, I would like to talk about the five writs that can be issued by the high courts and the Supreme Court. And those five writs which can be issued are the writs of habeas corpus, the writs of mandamus, the writ of prohibition, the writ of quo warranto, and writ of certiorari. So these five writs can be issued. Now I'll just speak briefly on what these five writs are. It's a very wide topic, and every writ can cover at least an hour or so if it wants to be discussed in detail. But a habeas corpus writ is again a very, and these five writs are again very old established writ powers which the kings in the British times had. So writ of habeas corpus is for the production of the body. So habeas corpus literally is a Latin word, but which means have the body. So if any person has been illegally detained by any authority which does not have the power to detain him and his custody is illegal, then the aggrieved person or a family member of the person who has been captured illegally can approach the High Court for issuance of a writ of habeas corpus. And if the High Court issues the writ of habeas corpus on finding that the person has been illegally detained, then the authority, the state machinery, will have to find that person from any part of the country and will have to produce it before the court in order to find out whether the person has been illegally detained or not. So that is the power of writ of habeas corpus. It's a very important writ, and a lot of lives have been saved by issuance of this writ of habeas corpus by different high courts as well as the Supreme Court. So basically, it pertains to right to life and live with dignity and without any restrictions. So if any person has been illegally detained, his family can approach the High Court for issuance of a writ of habeas corpus. The second writ is a writ of mandamus. Uh, yes, a writ of mandamus, which is basically a command. So the High Court has the power to command the state in order to ensure that if the state has a duty which is not fulfilling, then the High Court can issue a writ of mandamus directing it by way of a command to comply with its duty. And also if it is in violation of any rights of any citizen, so the High Court can issue a writ of mandamus against the state. Now, kindly also bear in mind that these writs can be issued against the state, its authority, and its instrumentality, but not against private persons and private entities. So for that disputes, there are civil courts. But with respect to disputes which are in the realm of public law, then high courts have the jurisdiction under Article 226. The third writ is the writ of prohibition, which is preventing a state or its instrumentality from acting or undertaking or doing something which is not in consonance with the Constitution or with the laws. The fourth writ is the writ of quo warranto. This writ of quo warranto is basically control over the appointments on public posts of ineligible persons which are not having the requisite qualification as prescribed under the rules. So, for example, if a vice chancellor of any university or if any person holding any public post under the state, he does not have the eligibility to hold that post and has been appointed still by the state, then the High Court can issue a writ of quo warranto that your appointment is illegal. So this is the writ of quo warranto, which the High Courts have control over public posts and the appointments which are made by the state government. And the fifth is the writ of certiorari, where the High Court has the power of supervision over the lower courts and tribunals under the state. So if any order passed by the tribunals or any of the trial courts, then the High Court has power of supervision and it can correct those powers if they have been passed without jurisdiction or there is manifest error in those orders. So basically, dividing the powers of the High Court, they can be prescribed as either original or appellate. So under original powers of the High Court, there are these writ jurisdiction like writ of habeas corpus, mandamus, prohibition, quo warranto. Whereas the writ of certiorari is basically sometimes an appellate jurisdiction which the High Court is exercising, where the orders of the trial court, different tribunals are challenged before the High Court. And the High Court, by way of its supervisory power, is exercising control over these tribunals. So basically, this is how the powers of and jurisdiction of the courts are distributed by way of these five writs, and it has vast powers to do complete justice towards the citizens of this country. Also, this power has been expanded by high courts and supreme courts by entertaining public interest litigations, where a lot of vigilant individuals file these public interest litigations for larger issues with regards to health, water, sanitation, laborers, etc. A lot of the public interest litigations for human rights, etc., have been filed, and the high courts have exercised its jurisdiction and issued landmark judgments on the protection of a lot of areas regarding this public interest litigation. So yes, so this is how the jurisdiction of the high courts, the powers are being exercised.
This is great, Jeet. In fact, a lot of people don't know about high courts and Supreme Court, what kind of job they do, what type of cases they have. So I think it's a very important, description that you have given for the viewers. And by the way, viewers, we are live. If you have any question, you can shoot it out. We will display your question straight away on the screen and get it answered. So Jeet, I have one question, and I think a lot of people may be aware the differences, but I think they are not too many in India. So if you can tell the viewers when they can approach High Court, although you have explained technically into five types of rates, but can you explain in a layman's language what is the right timing for individual to approach High Court? Otherwise, they will have to stick around in the lower court. So I think you can take it up from there.
Yes, yes, certainly, Chandrakant. So basically, there are two types of disputes. One is private, and the other is a public dispute having a public law element. If it's a private dispute between two private entities where the state is not involved, then the jurisdiction would lie before the civil courts, trial courts, or special tribunals which have been enacted. Like, say, for example, if it's between a bank and a borrower, then there are separate tribunals like the Debt Recovery Tribunal, which has been specially enacted. Otherwise, if it's a MSME, then there's a MSME council which adjudicates disputes on payment, etc. Also, with regards to insolvency, bankruptcy, there is NCLT, there is the National Company Law Tribunal, and other private disputes with regards to land, etc. There are civil courts. Also, there are special secretary revenue and revenue tribunals, etc. But depending on the nature of disputes, the area of jurisdiction of which court can be decided. But with regards to High Court and its power, if the state or its instrumentality acts in a manner which violates any of the fundamental or any constitutional right. So say, for example, if the state machinery is encroaching upon a private land of a private individual, though there is a civil dispute, but that violation would also be a violation of a constitutional right, in the sense that right to property is still recognized as a constitutional right under Article 300A. So that person can approach the High Court for enforcement of his for his constitutional right. Similarly, as I said, if the police machinery has taken over your family member and illegally detained him without any charge or without any FIR, then of course you can take the remedy of habeas corpus and file a writ before the High Court, and the High Court can call upon the state machinery, its police, to produce the corpus and ask him whether and ask why he has been detained. Also, a lot of times, what happens is that even private individuals kidnap small kids, and the parents of the kids can also approach the High Court seeking the writ of habeas corpus if the police is not undertaking the search as it should in a vigilant manner. So then they can also approach the High Court, and they have approached in many cases past, where High Courts have issued the writ of habeas corpus for producing the body. Similarly, writ of mandamus can be issued for a variety of reasons, where the state machinery, say for example, in any recruitment for the public post, has violated any of the rules, or even in service, in terms of service conditions, they have not complied, or in promotion, or any other aspect where the state and its instrumentality has to act in a manner prescribed under the rules, and there is a violation of those rules which has resulted into some harm to the employees, then the employees can also prefer a petition before the High Court. And similarly, certiorari, as I said, is an appellate power, supervisory power, where if any order which has been passed by the trial court or by any tribunal, which is not in consonance with law, then that can be approached before the High Court for adjudication. So these are the manners in which the persons can approach before the High Court. Also, if there's a remedy, say for example, if a police has registered an FIR on an absolutely false and frivolous allegations leveled by the informant, and if it's an abuse of the process of law, then the High Court, under exercise of its writ jurisdiction, read with the Code of Criminal Procedure, can quash the FIR against the accused person if the accused person approaches the High Court. So there are a lot of ways in which you can approach the High Court depending on what right has been violated.
Thank you so much, Jeet, and in fact for explaining this. But I have one last question, which is about the subtle differences between the powers of Supreme Court and High Court. And is there a High Court in every state, or there are certain states which do not have High Court and they have to approach Supreme Court? So, what is the difference, and what is how many High Courts we have in India?
Yes, Chandrakant, mostly every state has a high court, except two or three states which share their high courts. It's not that they don't have an high court. In now in the Seven Sisters, that is Northeast, probably a couple of states share one high court. Also, Punjab and Haryana, though there are two separate states, but Chandigarh being the union territory, shares a common high court of Punjab and Haryana. So two states having one high court. Also, there are some other states where two or three states are sharing one high court, but there are only two or three such states which are sharing. Otherwise, every state has a high court. And union territories also, they don't have a high court, but their jurisdiction lies before the high court. So say, for example, like Daman, Div, their jurisdiction is with Bombay High Court. And Goa, though now it's a state, so they have a bench of Maharashtra High Court in Goa. So therefore, they also now have a bench which sits there. So difference between High Court and Supreme Court, I would say, is basically the power under Article 226 and 32, though are same for issuance of writ. But the power of High Court is much wide in the sense that the High Court can be approached for adjudication of a dispute which is in terms of violation of any of the constitutional right, whereas the Supreme Court can be approached only in terms of violation of fundamental rights. So the power of Supreme Court in that sense is little restricted. Not it is restricted in any other sense in terms of granting relief, but only in terms of violation of what provision which decides of what jurisdiction the Supreme Court has. Also, a difference is that against the orders of the High Court, the appeal can be preferred before the Supreme Court. So therefore, Supreme Court in that way is the last forum for adjudication in our hierarchical system. Otherwise, powers of writs are same.
Well, Jeet, it was a pleasure talking to you and learning so many things about our judicial system today. Thank you so much for coming over to our show and talking to our viewers, explaining this. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me. It's my pleasure and honor to be on this legal matters. Thank you.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmak Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today in Doctor Speak, we will talk about a very deadly disease called typhoid. And it gives a lot of fever, very high fever usually when you contract typhoid. And many times people are not aware of simple things that you can do to provide solace to the patient and reduce the threat of typhoid. So before we start our discussion today, a word on our giveaway. Akulmak works with many SMEs and startups world over, helping them in not only building their sales and marketing teams, but also help them in improving their success rate. As you can see, we have summarized our years of knowledge into these easy to follow steps which can be used by any smart leader to promote their group or a company. In order to encourage people to take the right step at the right time, we have used this proprietary graph in our corporate memorabilia so that the knowledge can be accessed by whoever, whenever, wherever it is needed. You can become eligible to get one of these beautiful gifts delivered to your doorstep for free. All you need to do is to subscribe our channel and smash that like button. Also, please watch this entire video and provide your valuable comments, suggestions, or you could also share your experiences. Person with the best comment and interaction would be chosen to become a free recipient of one of these displayed items here. In addition, we would invite you to Akulmek Live to participate in our show as a distinguished panelist. What are you waiting for, friends? Go for it. Now, let's get back to our discussion. Friends, today we want to discuss about typhoid, and let me introduce our guest. She's joining from Shimla. Her name is Dr. Pooja Bedi. So, without further ado, let me introduce Dr. Pooja to you.
Greetings, CK. I hope you're doing all fine. Thank you so much for the generous introduction.
Everything well, and I think our viewers and myself would like to know more about typhoid. And I think it's a very scary type of disease, and whenever there is a typhoid, people get scared. So I think you can clarify some of these doubts today.
Yes, CK. Absolutely. It is a scary disease if it is not catered timely, for sure. But if it is catered timely with the right uh, kind of treatment, it is not that scary as well. But typhoid, as we all know, it normally comes whenever the weather changes there from the uh, winters to summer patch. But it is not because of the weather change, it's because of the unhygienic habits that we tend to follow, and it leads to the typhoid fever itself. So, typhoid is basically a bacterial disorder or a disease which is caused by Salmonella typhi, which is one of the serotype of the Salmonella enterica bacteria. So, it has got different serotypes and they tend to affect the liver very, very dramatically. So typhoid is one of the manifestation in which the Salmonella typhi, to be on a very very understandable note, that it is a bacterial disease. It is caused by the Salmonella typhi, and it usually comes or is caused only because of one reason, that is the unhygiene that we tend to follow. So the typhoid can actually spread by the oral fecal route, that we are pretty much aware of, that in case there are some kind of already pre-existing bacteria of the salmonella which are present in the food, and if the unhygienic habits are followed, like for example not washing the hands before preparing the meals or the food, you can say, so it tends to travel from one individual to the another. And it can happen, CK, the individual who is actually a carrier can be a chronic carrier. So he or she might not be having the clear cut indicators for the typhoid, but they become a good mode of transmission for the other humans. So it is very important to follow the very, very clear cut hygienic guidelines, especially considering the COVID pandemic that is going on right now. So it is the fecal oral route that is the main one of the main reasons why it spreads. Contaminated water that we tend to drink from any of the sources, specifically Golgappas. During this particular season, summer, it is relished a lot. But please consider the COVID pandemic and the typhoid also. It tends to affect the gut system of the human dramatically. So it can lead to, if we come to sign and symptoms, it leads to very high fever, but it's not that it happens abruptly. There's a slight fever that comes, and gradually it increases to a very high temperature. So normally the fever that we speak about in typhoid is the step ladder fever. Now, if we look at a ladder, there is a slight rises there, then it tends to stay there for some time, and then again the slight rises there. Same is there with the typhoid. Unlike the other fever that comes during this particular season. So this is a very clear cut indicator that it can be because of the typhoid. So there's a step ladder, slight gradual rise of the fever is noticed. in the individual, along with other symptoms like headache. Profuse diarrheal disorders can also come up along with it. And in some cases, it has been seen that the constipation tends to happen. But since the diarrhea is more remarked in such cases, so we say that the fever, diarrhea, colic in the abdomen, headache, if somebody tends to feel the weakness, lethargy, there's dramatic changes in the diet also, in the appetite level. So these are the clear cut indicators that the individual is having the typhoid fever. But uh, there are some cases, as you correctly mentioned, it can actually become a very, very severe disease in itself. So we have to be very clear about whenever the fever starts and just observe it for 2 to 3 days. If it is accompanied by all the signs and symptoms I just shared with you, then it is a time when you should ideally be seeing the doctor. It's very important to see the doctor on time, to get the treatment on time, and follow the protocols, especially hygiene factors for sure, and the diet also, because one tends to undergo tremendous weight loss in typhoid as well. So it's very important, crucial to focus on the diet. So these are some of the signs and symptoms which can lead to severe, you can say later on, results if not catered properly, right on time with right kind of treatment. There's one more aspect, CK, I would like to add that we all are aware that antibiotics is usually given to treat the typhoid. But there is one more thing that we should, in fact, couple of things we should be very precise about. First is the kind of the diet we are taking if somebody is diagnosed with typhoid. So the first part is I basically divide the food into two different categories. First is to maintain the hygiene, the kind of hygiene we tend to maintain for the kind of the food we cook at home. So, considering the pandemic that is going on, I personally suggest to soak your vegetables and fruit for 30 odd minutes in, you can say, filtered or RO water. And after that, you can, wash it. So, pre soaking of vegetables and fruits is very much required to take out all the bacteria and you can say to extent of some other pathogens as well. And then you wash it and then you can just cook it nicely. So, avoid as much raw food as you can. It is very important. It's difficult for the body also to digest, and it can definitely contain any amount of pathogens. So, do not neglect the hygiene factors that are to be followed. So, this is the first thing about the food, and the second, this is the preparation part of the food and the kind of food we should be taking. So, I highly recommend to go for the moong dal. I am just considering the Indian population and the kind of food we usually take every day. So, moong dal is one of the best uh, can say source of instant energy for people having the typhoid. They can have mild chicken soups, and they need to have a high calorie diet. With high calorie diet, I don't mean to take on, chocolates or on all this stuff. Better replace them with honey. Go on a high carb diet as well. There has to be a minimal intake of the fat. As such, the liver tends to suffer in typhoid, so we can't overexert it with add-on of food products like that are rich in fat. So try to avoid fat, try to avoid chili, and if somebody is a tea or coffee drinker, I recommend them to, if they can just lower their intake, since it's a habit, we can't avoid it. So if they can lower the intake. So more of moong dal soup, more of veggies, more of fruits that are rich in fluids. Why this is a big question because in typhoid we tend to lose the uh, you can say fluid level of the body. It has to be replenished with the high and a good and a very smart way of fluid intake or the hydration we tend to take. So sipping water every time will not help to compensate for the fluid that we tend to lose, or you can say a solution for the dehydration. The better thing is to take the lemonades, take the buttermilk or lassi that it's very apt for the season. Curd one can have. Fruits that are rich in water content like watermelon. It's a seasonal fruit. So these kind of replacement of the fluid or you can say hydration components for the body are much better than what we tend to take it otherwise. So I had a couple of days back, I had a case, CK, of the typhoid fever. So the person asked me, can I take the energy drinks? So, so this is what I'm highlighting this point. Please don't go for the synthetic form of the hydration. Go for the more organic or the season friendly hydration tips that I've just cited with you. Go for that. And hygiene, definitely. Please wash your hands as frequently as you can, specifically during this COVID and the typhoid season that is about to come. So wash hands, take bath every day, be on a very good light diet, which is less in fat, and avoid food from the market for sure. That is the first recommendation. Again, the COVID also. But considering the typhoid can actually turn out to be a very severe kind of disease, and it can end somebody's life very easily in just couple of weeks span. So it's very important to have uh, food from the home. There's one tip for people who tend to travel. Now, considering COVID, since not much of the traveling is there, but whenever the people are traveling, try to carry your own bottle of buttermilk, or you can say lemonade or water, or washed fruits that you have done at your home. So all these recommended things are uh, there from my end. So be very precise with the hygiene. That is one of the mantra for to cater for typhoid.
Well, I think, Doctor, you have explained the whole thing in a very nice way. I think you have emphasized the importance of hygiene, being hygienic. Wash your hands and regularly, make sure that you're eating the right kind of food and things like that. However, I have one question, which is. Usually typhoid comes through what? Is it a waterborne disease? Is it a airborne disease? Or is it because of the wrong food that we are having, or not hygienic food? What is the cause of the typhoid?
See, the cause of typhoid CK is very clear cut. First is having unhygienic food or stale food, or getting exposed to the kind of food we tend to take or tend to bring from the market and we don't wash it properly. So fecal oral route, you can say, is one of the factor from where the transmission of the bacteria happens. If somebody, for example, is a restaurant owner, is already having a typhoid and can be a chronic carrier of the typhoid bacteria as well, so he or she might not be having any indicators. So, but if unhygienic protocols are being followed there, so hands are not washed properly and the veggies are not uh, washed properly, it tends to happen that the transmission of the bacteria happens to the other individuals who are consuming that particular food. So it is a fecal oral route basically which happens, and the contamination can happen via food, it can happen by water, or you can say any kind of fluid intake. It is not airborne for sure, but the main thing is to follow the hygiene protocol. That is very important.
I think you have emphasized this point quite emphatically, that the hygiene of yourself and the right quality of food you have to take. And you also mentioned some tips like washing the vegetables and soaking them before you actually start, storing them in your refrigerator. So I have a question related to that, and that question is about you when you soak your fruits and vegetable, is it the plain water that you're supposed to soak, or you need to add some additive like salt or something like that, or plain water is sufficient to kill the bacteria?
May I answer the question? Acha. Uh, yes. So, CK, first is to pre-soak your veggies and fruits for 30 odd minutes. It can happen in the normal water as well as in the RO water. But considering the kind of water pollution level is there in your own city, for like in Shimla, the water is of very good quality, to be very frank, and in fact, it is applicable in all the hills area. So, just soaking the veggies in normal RO water will suffice the need. It will not kill the bacteria, but it can happen that if you wash it properly, it tends to take off the pathogens from that particular thing. But considering the metro where the water pollution and air pollution is on real high, so I'll not recommend, because that water source can be one of the reason for the transmission of the typhoid as well. So I'll recommend people have ROs at their home. If they don't have, just lukewarm the water a little bit. Soak your veggies and fruits for maybe 10 odd minutes if it is a lukewarm water, and then you can rinse it off nicely in the water and just store them.
Thank you for this very important tip, Dr. Pooja. And I think the last question that I have is about drinking a lot of pulses and soups, and you also mentioned a little bit non-vegetarian. If they can, if vegetarians are there, they can have a moong dal, and if non-vegetarians are there, they can have the light soups based on their choice. So. Why moong dal? Is there a logic behind only moong dal? Why not any other dal?
Yeah, that's a very good question, CK. That's a very good question, CK. Why I normally insist a lot on moong dal is first is that it is a very economically viable option for all these starters. Secondly, it takes hardly any time to cook. Very easy preparation is there of the same. It is very high in protein content also. It's easily digestible. You don't feel bloated after having moong dal. If you compare it with the other dals in which the content is little high of the amino acids as well, so the individual tends to feel the bloatedness. But with the moong dal, the digestion is very easy. I think it is very taste friendly for the Indian tongue as well, and it tends to provide the instant energy also. And the preparation time is hardly anything. So even if somebody is living alone in a metro, they can do it by themselves rather than going for the synthetic options of the soup. It is very easy to make, a very good source of, you can say, essential elements and protein levels that we require, and it is very light, very, it takes hardly any time to get digested in the body.
I think, friends, we don't have to get scared if we are diagnosed with typhoid because, as doctor said, we have to change our diet a little bit. We have to be very careful with our hygiene, and we have to shift to a diet which is easily digestible. So, Dr. Pooja, thank you so much for coming to our show and explaining this very beautifully, very nicely to people in very easy to understand steps about this deadly disease. So thank you so much.
Thank you, CK. It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
And we will catch up next time again with some other medical tips in the next show of Doctor Speak. Until then, I like to say goodbye. Hello, friends, and as you know that the Indian civilization is the oldest surviving continuous civilization. The whole ideology of Hinduism is the driving force of this civilization. And if you look back into our history, there are very good scriptures which are written which guides us on every step, and scriptures like Ramayana and also Mahabharata, and there are many more. But I like to ask you one question which is intriguing me also. For instance, if you talk about Ramayana, I mean, we all know there are many incidents which are listed in Ramayana, but I think there is one which I want to discuss today, and that is which changes the course of Lord Ram going for exile for 14 years. And that is because the stepmother of Ram asked for his this thing from his father. That means for 14 years he will not be near Ayodhya and he will have to be in the jungle. And that was the thing. We all know that. Don't want to repeat more on this. But my question is that Kekai could have asked for the lifetime exile for Ram. If she was so worried about her son getting the throne, and because she was so possessive about his son Bharat, and therefore he could have completely removed Ram from the picture and sent him to the lifetime exile. Yet she didn't do that. She only asked for 14 years of exile. Well, this is one case, and it has baffled me why she did not ask for lifetime or more number of years, and why only 14 years. So I think we'll come back to this question. Let us look at what more we can see from our scriptures. And when it comes to other scriptures like Mahabharata, similar incident can be recalled when it comes to Mahabharata, and that is when Duryodhan asked for exile of Pandavas. He only asked for 13 years and not more. And he could have asked, they were the arch rival for Kauravas. He could have asked Pandavas to be exiled forever. There was no stopping him. He could have taken that, but yet he didn't do it. And as we know that the Duryodhana is supposed to be the ultimate villain, but he did not ask for lifetime exile of Pandavas. He only asked for 13 years. Well, I think this is, in my point of view, this is because of the underlying belief system of Hinduism, where the belief is that there is nothing permanent in our universe. And that is the basic of Hinduism. This is what I feel. And since nothing is permanent, there is no point in asking for something which is like an infinity. So Kekai not asking for exile for more than 14 years, because I think back of her mind she knew that okay, 14 years is sufficient, and there is no need to ask for the lifetime, because the underlying mechanism of Hinduism is that there is nothing called permanent, and everything is ever changing, everlasting. Now let's go back to other examples where the other demons as described in our scriptures. There are different demons who always wanted immortality. They always use their powers to attain immortality. Now this is not new. I mean, if you look at any other powerful king in any other culture, the ultimate goal of that king would be to live forever, because once you have tasted power. And as far as Hinduism is concerned, the power is really not a strong attribute. It is actually a negative attribute. So once you become a very powerful king, or you also become demon king as per the scriptures, then the ultimate desire is to live forever and rule forever. And that is why they wanted immortality. However, Brahma never gave immortality to anyone, and he always refused immortality. So they have actually got workaround around it. It's a very long story, because each one of these demon king, have their own nemesis. Who can kill them, how they will die, etc., etc. Long stories. But I think the whole point is that even Brahma did not give them something which is going to last forever. This is something which is not permanent, and I think that is the whole the essence of Hinduism. That is a basic underlying essence, that we believe in the Kal Chakra. Kal Chakra is the wheel of time, and the wheel of time is infinite. You cannot compete with the wheel of time. The time will keep moving, you keep moving along with the time, and time is never constant, it is ever changing. So I think that is the belief of the Hinduism, and that is why since this was a belief in the Indian society, it survived for so long, because there were no need for collecting material gains. For 10,000 years, humans living in this part of the world, especially who were following the Hindu belief, there was no need for them, because everything was God, owned by God. And when everything is owned by God, you are only utilizing, you are taking permission from God and utilizing the whole resources which are available for your benefit, for the time your journey starts on earth and ends on earth. So during that time, you're not the owner, you're only using it, and you're taking permission from the God. Now if you look at the kings also, even kings did not had the absolute control on the land. There was no concept of owning land. There was no concept of owning things. Kings were only the caretaker of administration appointed by the gods. So this was a belief system continued for very long time until the time we actually started getting the Islamic invader coming into the country. And before that, if you look at, there were, I mean, if you look at all the kings that existed before the Islamic invasion, where are their descendants who owned the land? We keep hearing information about Mughals asking for Red Fort legally. They keep filing their applications in the courts, Indian courts, and they lay claim on the Red Fort. However, for as far as the Hindu society is concerned, there are no land records before the Muslim invasions, the first king and all that, first sultan, I beg your pardon. And these Muslim invader brought the concept of owning the land, owning the riches, owning gold, owning this, owning that. All that has come with this Islamic invasion, and because their belief system was basically transfer of property through generations. Whereas in Hindu religion, there was no such thing like that. And we believe that the God is omnipresent, God is taking care of everyone, God is life, God is also death. That was the thing, and we are only nomads in our and we are actually living as a nomad, utilize the resources wherever we go with permission of the God. And therefore this is something which is so unique here. And for the first time, I mean, if you go and look at the land records in Indian record systems, you will see that the oldest records available are basically the right and title of the land given out as a benefit to the ministers and other courtesans of these sultans. And that was the first time. So these people started giving land, right, and title to the people who they like, and they used to give them prizes in the form of land, and that actually gave right to feudalism. Before that, people did not own anything. They can move around the land wherever they want. They can live the way they want. Of course, there was law and order that which was maintained by again the religious system, because religious system was so strong that people used to follow this, and they used to literally follow, including kings used to follow this. There are certain ethics, and even kings also did not own anything. So if you look at the kings before the sultans, there is no record of their land, their wealth. We only learn about their buildings, their society, only from the Chinese travelers who came to India and wrote about the society at that point in time. But there is no record of owning any land. So I think this is something which I thought I raised a question within myself, that why KK did not ask for lifetime exile of Ram. I think this is the basic reason, that since we believe, even if we are bad guys, we still believe that there is nothing called permanent. Everything is destroyable. If there is a birth, there is going to be an end to it. So friends, what do you think about this theory? If you feel what I'm saying is right, write in. And if you think that there is more to it, still I would like to engage with you. And I will play some of your good messages in my next Akulmek Live. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you in the next one. Morning, Nebu. How are you today?
I'm really well, CK. Good morning to you, and good morning to everybody.
So, India's in lockdown, and today I would like to share my sort of mixed feeling, which is a portion of it is sad and a portion of it is angry. There is an elite group in this country, in my country. who sit in a cozy rooms which is protected from all sides, and they have this dumb tool called Twitter, and they basically, without thinking, without applying their brain, they basically bring their arrogance into Twitter. Some guy is saying, hey, prime minister did not made my dog's favorite food as essential commodity during this lockdown. And there are others. So I just want to overlook all of these cynics, and I just want to overlook their foolish comments. I would like to give you what, as a community, what we are doing in our neighborhood. So the place
Yep,
where
that's good.
we have about 3,000 household, and we have a few pharmacies, and we have provision supermarket in our locality, which is reserved for our own locality. So first thing we have done is we've actually closed down or clamped down the main gate of our locality so the other people cannot come in. So completely secure. It's a gated community, and within the community we are building a token system so that people within the community don't crowd the provision store. So we have worked out a system where we have put a upper limit how much provision you can buy, so that there is no over purchase, people don't get panic and buy extra stuff. And then there is a token that is only 5 people can spend 15 minutes at any point in time.
Mm-hmm.
So there are limited tokens which are being generated, and this token generation is being done through an app. So we are trying to do our bit to make sure that we are following the authorities. At the same time, we don't panic as a community and pass through this lockdown period.
It's absolutely brilliant. I mean, and this is where your community will be probably copied by lots of other communities. You and I spoke the other week about copying really good stuff that's out there. It's perfectly legitimate, and in these times, it's the best thing you can do. So if you're an SME at home now, it's about getting that little bit of discipline and stop the distractions. You started off with, there's the 1% brigade. There's always the 1% brigade. In India, 1% of 1.4 billion people is a very big number. And all of those people on social media can be a real distraction. And we're human beings. We want to know what's going on, We want to put our nose out and find out what's going on out there. But you've got a business to run. If you want your business to succeed, that's coming out of this pretty, difficult time, now's the time to get a bit of focus, to stop the distractions. Now, I'm not saying it's easy, especially if you've never done it before. If you sat in that office in a tower block and you've been comfortable with the people around you, it could have been a serviced office, and there's no noise, there's no interference. It's very, very easy to focus on what you do. Now you're sat at home. The dog's barking. Social media's going mad. These things are an absolute disaster. Turn off the connectivity. Turn it on when you want to use it. So this is the biggest distraction we could have. Let's use this not as a distraction, but as a tool that it was used for. Don't use it as your heartbeat, boom, 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 all the time. When it goes ping, as it does, my wife's at home and she has hers on all the time because she can't go to the office. The office is closed. It goes ping, and on another occasion it goes bong, because ping is a text, bong is an email. If you get this right, you can actually create a symphony of saying to people, can you send me this message at this time? And it will go bing, bang, bong, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong, bing, bong. And it will do that all the day. And boy, that will be a distraction. So just turn it off. Use it when you want to use it. Now that is real discipline. And I can't stress it enough. But you have discipline. You have discipline every day, CK. You're bright and fresh. You're 5.5 hours later than I am. It's a little early in the morning here. It's about 6:40, but it's about just what, about 12:30 your time? Just after 12, 12:10, something like that.
Right.
So it's midway.
12:15.
Exactly. So it's midway through your day. You've been through all of your routines. You've done lots of work today. Believe it or not, I've had a phone call with Japan already. So I had to be up a little bit earlier. But that's the point. You get into the discipline. You get the distractions out of the way. And the good news is when you do that, you will be very productive. And trust me, this really does work. After 20 years of working from home, and then a previous 15 odd years of traveling the world in various airport lounges, you don't need earphones to block things out. Your ears block things out for you. Now, you might think I'm mad, but if you start to do this, you're so focused on what you're doing, you block it out automatically. And then when your wife or partner says, would you like a cup of tea? You've ignored it because you've blocked it out. And then they turn around and say, are you listening to me? And you hear that one because they've now come in your face. You will learn how to do that. And believe you me, when you learn how to do that, not that your partner will be particularly happy that you're doing that at home all the time, but when you learn how to do that, you will be incredibly productive. So just do it. Stop the distractions. Do one thing. Turn this off. Turn it on when you want to use it. So day 2, another 19 to go. Perhaps, because they only said 21 days lockdown. That doesn't mean to say that on day 19, there's another 21 days coming. Who knows? But just be prepared. It's time to get things right. Great speaking with you, CK. I'm so pleased that your local arena is clamping down and doing some right things.
Right.
And I'm sure it's being copied, which is good news.
Right. So I think we are using an app, and so that even for getting those tokens, we don't have to go to any counter or anything. So if we need to buy provisions, we just request on an app and get a token. We get a time allocated. I think it's brilliant. So I think whoever across the world, across India, I think they should do that in their gated communities.
Well, the interesting thing is that could be a way forward, because it doesn't necessarily, difficult times require certain behaviors, but actually those certain behaviors could be followed through after the difficult times. Because the last thing you want to do is to go to your local provision shop and have 15 people queuing up in front of you.
Right.
So we could be really smart here. So, don't make a crisis out of a disaster. Let's make some really good solutions. That's one. I wonder if people are listening out there that they've got their own solution. Send it in. Tell us about it. We can always spread the word, because we'll spread good news. Let's get rid of the rubbish news, the behavioural waste, as I call it,
Right.
and we can spread good news.
Right.
So if you've got something good out there, folks, send it in and we'll spread it, because that's what we can do. Anyway, day 2, I'll see you on day 3.
Sure. Have a nice day, Neville.
Will do.
Bye-bye. What's up, guys? This is Akul Mac Live, and my name is Chandrakant. I'm your host today. And today we have a very important topic to discuss, which is how do you impress using your communication on a social media. And to discuss this subject, I'll be joined by my friend from UK, a very famous personality, Mr. Neighborhood. So I will just step out for a moment and we'll be back along with my guest. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. So today morning, let me welcome Naval to the show. Naval is also chairman of Mindfilm Limited and is also 29th ranked global influencer. So welcome to the show, Naval. How are you doing today morning?
Good morning, Aquamac. Communication is the subject of today, CK, so I thought we'd start communicating. You heard that quite well, didn't you?
It was very loud and very clear.
Very loud and very clear and very, very one way. I wasn't expecting anything while I was saying it, and yet it might have switched people off, but it could have switched people on because they would have recognized it as Good Morning Vietnam from Robbie Williams many, many years ago. And it was his signature tune. And that's the first message we've got today. Have you got a signature tune? Some people call it a jingle that people can relate to immediately when they see you or your product or something else. So, CK, does that make sense? Have you got a signature tune now?
Yes, absolutely. And Akul Mac Live is our signature. You know, whenever we come on the show, we always say, welcome to Akul Mac Live. And that is our identification, also our cue. Before we proceed further, this show is going live across 6 social media platforms, and people can communicate with you, can indulge in our show live using the chat function. So viewers, if you have any questions or any comment, observation, feel free to shoot it out and we will respond immediately. So Naval, I think the subject really today is many times you don't know the other person when you're communicating using social media on Facebook or LinkedIn, and then you use your English language. You know, sometimes you use it or overuse it, and you may not start building the bridge. In fact, you even before you start building the bridge, you start removing the bricks out of it. So I think this is one problem that happens. Many people do this mistake, and even if they start the communication, they actually put the other person off. So what is your opinion, how we can solve this issue among people?
It's a common question that I get asked, and it's a common question that's actually out there in the Google world. How do you engage with your audience? The question is the answer is in the question, because it's about engagement. You and I have often had a discussion about how do people sell? How do you engage with your audience? How do you get known in the digital arena when there's millions of people, in fact, billions of people that are out there doing similar things to you? And the bottom line is really quite simple. You need to understand the phrase, people buy from people. And you and I have said this many times before, CK, but the thing about that phrase is it's always truncated because it's the other end of the phrase that's really important. People buy from people they know and trust. Now, let's differentiate between 2 types of products. One's that is freely available. It's on Amazon. You can become an Amazon affiliate. You can sell it like anybody else. This is just a commodity. It's something that's easily available on the marketplace. And actually what the result there is about price. That's fundamentally what people are going to do. They will run a mile, go the extra mile to get a rupee discount, because That's what it's all about. That's what most people are motivated by. If you look on Facebook Market, you always see, and eBay and all of these other marketplaces, you always see that people are given a rating. And if someone's given a 99.9% seller rating, inside your mind, you're attracted to it. And that's why Facebook and eBay do it. They're recognizing what you're going to be attracted to. Why would you go and buy from this person? So even if you don't know anything about selling and you start to go and sell something on eBay that someone else may have, by the way, you know, you're just drop shipping from somewhere else. It's really down to that percentage. And that means they know and they trust you automatically. You don't even have to do the work. The interesting thing is you're doing all the work because you're responding to people that are buying from you. Even if it's only one person that's bought from you, you can have a really high rating. So you can manipulate these things if you go down the nth route. But the point I'm trying to make is Facebook are trying to tell you what's important. eBay is trying to tell you what's important. And it's that rating that's important. How do you get to that rating? Does this make sense, CK? You've seen all these things. Facebook are doing us a favor, aren't they?
Well, I think you have made a very important point. And whenever I buy stuff from e-commerce website, I always look at the customer reviews, and I actually don't look at the programmable customer reviews because those are biased. As you said that these things can be influenced, I go down further. I think you have to go down further, especially if you're on Amazon, and you have to check the real comments from the customer. So I actually check that, and because of that my speed of ordering on e-commerce website is not very good, because I spend too much time, because I burned my fingers by ordering without looking at terms and conditions. If there is no return policy and there is no feedback from the client, it turns out that the product that you buy is not up to the mark. So the customer feedback is very important when you buy. So I think when you make this point, it absolutely make sense, because whenever you're selling on e-commerce, which is like selling yourself on social media, the feedback is very important. And I think it's very, very true, in my opinion, that the first impression is the only impression you have today. and if you spoil that chance, well, you will lose an opportunity. That's what I feel, Neville.
You're absolutely right, CK. And the reason I ask you, you're my little guinea pig here, is because your opinion counts. Your opinion is like many other people out there that are thinking that way. And yeah, like you, I'm doing exactly the same. I will look at what the customer feedback is. And if there isn't many customer feedbacks, then typically I'll steer away from it. And the interesting thing is on these big sites, and this is where you can go and experiment. It won't take you a long time, but if you're into selling on the internet, selling a digital service, go and have a good look at Amazon. And go and have a look at a commodity that's freely available anywhere. Not freely, but easily available anywhere. And just go onto Amazon and look at how Amazon help you in your purchase. Not only are they giving you advice of where it comes from, in other words, who's the distributor, not necessarily who's the owner, but who's the distributor. And they compare it to 3 or 4 other products that are out there, could be exactly the same product. And if it's not the same product, they even give you a list of, there are 10 other available at this price. So it gives you all of the things you need to know about making that purchase. And we can learn, as business owners, we can learn a lot about that mentality, that process. They've invested millions in their sales process. So just take a leaf out of their book and have a look at what they're doing. It's not difficult to do. No, I can tell you lots of things, but frankly, you can learn lots of things in 20 minutes just by playing around on the Amazon profile. Even Alibaba, go onto Alibaba and look at the same sort of thing, because these platforms are helping you click out, because that's how they make money too. Remember, they're on commission, so they're trying to make life easier for you. So let's look at the tricks that they use. But fundamentally, they're going back to people buy from people they know and like. And all they're doing is trying to accelerate that process so you can get to know them. And you can get to like them. And it may be you like them because they're a rupee cheaper than anybody else. And that's absolutely fine. You're making the decision. You're the informed customer. So what is it then that is wrong with your digital process, with your sales process? Are you getting people to know you? Or are you doing, as I see, an awful lot of stuff these days, and it's been going on, since the internet was created. People put a YouTube advert on there, and all they do is try and sell it to you. They don't educate you. They don't entertain you. They don't have a laugh with you. They don't make it funny and engaging. Notice we're using one letter here, E. Entertaining, engaging, empowering. Because that's what these videos and the communication that you've got needs to do. It needs to empower the user. Hello, we've got this. Lots of other people have got it too. I want to help you make the best decision about where you're going to buy it. Because there's lots of products that are out there that actually there's a me too, and another me too, and another me too, and another me too. And if you noticed, all of those me toos in the main are saying the same thing. And if they're smart, they're not overcomplicating it, because all they are is just a middleman. But when you've got something special, this is the thing that I find really frustrating, CK, is when people have got really something special and they don't know how to sell it. Because the thing is, they're trying to sell it, but they shouldn't be trying to sell it. The whole point is we should be educating, entertaining, and empowering someone else to buy it. Why are they buying from you? Are you a nice person? Are you not a nice person? Maybe they don't need to know that, but it depends upon your product as to whether they do need to know it. Any of this making sense, CK? I see you smiling away there, and I'm sure you've had loads of experience and loads of questions that have come to you over the years about this very same thing.
Well, we have a viewer actually who's appreciating, and this is a message from Mr. Amit Singh, who's saying congratulations, this is incredible, and he is thanking us for sharing the wisdom. So thanking you, Neville, for sharing your wisdom. And he says that keep inspiring, keep igniting, and educating. So thank you so much, Amit, for appreciating the work. And if you have any question, please shoot it out and we will answer that question right away. So Neville, going back to your question, I think the whole point is that when it comes to e-commerce, we have the comfort to check the customer reviews, and based on that we can make a decision. But when it comes to LinkedIn type scenario where you're dependent on the kind of communication coming from the other side, even though you have written long essays, if the communication is not proper, then you are actually spoiling. Instead of building bridges, you are actually spoiling the whole thing. And that is a mistake a lot of people do actually. When it comes to Facebook, it is okay because you can communicate using a messenger and you can do always back and forth, so messenger is more instant. But on LinkedIn, because that is more professional, where a lot of senior people are hooked on, and when these people communicate, sometimes they brush the people in the wrong way. So what is your suggestion when it comes to trying to build bridges using this social media, not so much on the e-commerce but more on the social media?
Well, it's a great question, CK, and this is all about context now. So, for instance, let me give you a stark context. If I go to into a meeting room, if I start to network, and I go and introduce myself to someone, and typically the conversation goes down, what do you do? Okay, I very rarely say, what do you do? I'm more interested in, how do you make your impact? So immediately you're asking an intriguing question apart from, oh, what do you do? Because the manual says, ask the question, what do you do? And I see you smiling away, but so many people do it. This is about people buying from people, remember. They need to, the whole point of a network arena is getting to know someone else, having a bit of fun, finding out exactly what they do. So when I ask a very direct question when I'm in networking, where do you make your biggest impact? Now, that's a really simple question to ask when you're face-to-face like this, and you can have a face-to-face discussion. But the last thing you want to be doing on LinkedIn is throwing a question out there and say, where do you make the biggest impact? Because people are going to ignore you. Equally, are you interested in personal development? It's a great question, but it's not relevant for that audience. You need to put a story together. And if you notice on LinkedIn, they're now telling you, to put a story up, as they've been doing on Facebook for the last 2 or 3 years, put it to your story. Again, think about what these brilliant platforms are doing and why they're doing it. So what is it about a story on LinkedIn that's important? Because it tells a story about something that someone has achieved using what you do. Not your achievements, because frankly, that's just standing at the top of the Matterhorn, with a huge sound blaster saying, look at me, I'm wonderful. And I'm afraid that doesn't work. It never did work. Not even the big influence in the world can actually stand on the top of Matterhorn and do that. And even the bigger ones might stand at the top of K2. And the real big ones will get to the top of Everest. I mean, you can see where I'm going here. Don't do it. It's a complete and utter waste of time. But it's about your storytelling capability. Can you tell a story? I'm getting messages coming in all the time about, stories really important. Yeah, thanks very much, Neville, and I can see these coming in on a live feed. And it's exciting. It is about storytelling. But how good are you at storytelling? And my question is, you never get good at it until you start practicing. So on LinkedIn, you can do lots of practice. You can have lots of failures along the way. Remember, Edison got to that light bulb over 9,999 failures, apparently. Maybe it wasn't as many as that. Maybe it was more. Does it matter? The point here is he kept trying until he got a formula that worked for him. And then it worked for us because we've got lights everywhere. So it's really about your story, CK. I can't make it simpler than that, really. And if you need to find out how to write a story, Google it. I can tell you. But remember, it's not their story. It's your story. And it's your story not about you, but about somebody else. Somebody else that's benefited from what you do. And then people can relate to that story. I'm afraid you're going to have to become a journalist, CK, if you're going to get any business on LinkedIn.
I think you are right. And that brings me to the next question, which is about canned messages. And this is very important, Neville. I seriously want to ask you about this. See, it's like this. In my opinion, I may be wrong also, but let me repeat what I feel. If you have a canned message, then you can spend your time in choosing the right keywords so that in minimum possible time, you convey the right message. Because you mentioned that, you ask, are you interested in personal development, which people are not, because they think all of us think, we are best people on the world. Who needs personal development? So nobody would need that. But if you if you design your canned message and you choose the word correctly, appropriately, and you convey the message in like 50 words, and then you use it as a canned message, because many global gurus says you should not use canned messages because you're not warming up to the people by using canned messages. The way I feel it is, if you try to warm up, it'll take a month, and it'll take a real communication back and forth. By the time you realize that, hey, there is no business coming from this person. So warming up will take a lot of time. But instead of that, if you can just send a canned message, you can reach out to 100 people. Out of these 100 people, probably 2 will respond back to you, understanding what you do properly, because you have conveyed a message. But what I'm saying is totally against the global gurus theory. So I wanted to ask you, what is the right practice? Should you send a canned message to an unknown person and convey what you do, because you don't know the person anyway? And if you're telling him that this is what I do, if you like, write back, hey, I'm interested, etc., and then we can warm up to each other. Or you want people to warm up and then say, hey, this is what I do. What is your opinion on this, Neville?
Well, and another great question, CK. And my simple answer to that is try it. Because, these gurus are only gurus because they've seen something that works today in certain areas. And they're just explaining to you what works for others. If you notice, most of them have never tried it themselves. So for instance, we introduced the Good Morning Akul Mac. Now, a lot of people will have remembered that from Good Morning Vietnam. So what you're doing is you're triggering a thought, you're triggering a memory, you're triggering an experience. And if you notice, interestingly enough, the gurus have got it wrong, quite clearly, because all of the adverts on TV are those little messages, 30 seconds. We have lots of adverts in the UK here now where companies actually sponsor programs. They sponsor channels for particular times of day. And there's a particular one that's about travel, and it's a travel company that's sponsoring, I think it's UK drama. And all it shows you is literally a 10-second video, and it says such and such a company sponsors UK drama. And in the background, there's lots of lovely music going on. And all you see is a picture of a big boat going down a canal past a castle or something that's there. It's very visual, but it's like 10 seconds. And it draws you in. And that's the whole point. It's that 10-second or that little meme, that picture that you will send to someone, and it draws them in. And if they're in the right mood, and you can't guarantee what that right mood is. We'll come to that in a minute, okay? Because in the digital space, they suggest that you can actually improve that mood time. But if they're in the right mood, something will trigger up here. So all you've done is you've sent them a picture, you've sent them a little video, an animated video, it could be anything. And if you've sent it to them often enough and they suddenly realize what it is, it starts to trigger the memory, and it comes from the subconscious to the conscious. And when it comes into the conscious mind, you're winning because now they're thinking about you. And we've seen lots and lots of examples here, CK. I remember one of the best marketing examples I've seen was going back to the 80s when Microsoft launched Windows. And we saw, if you remember, there were 4 parts of a jigsaw, and Microsoft had that jigsaw up there for years. It was all part of their marketing. So now you see Windows and it's got this squiggly line, or I think even that's changed. But in the first time, Windows had 4 bits, 4 different colors of a jigsaw. When they launched that, they just sent one piece of the jigsaw out. And all it said was coming soon, Windows. And everyone thought, what's this? What's this? So you raise anticipation. Now, Microsoft were a very big company then, of course. They're, in comparative purposes, they're probably not as big as they were then, actually, because they were quite unique. Now, today, there are far more competitors out there. But the thing is, string people along. Get them into, and that's not stringing in a nasty way, because you're a nice person. You want them to buy from you. You're offering something that they really should be looking at. So, does it work? Yes. Are the GRU rules wrong? Quite clearly, yes, because big industries are doing it in a slightly different way, and they wouldn't continue it if it wasn't making them money. Makes it make any sense, CK? I bet you've used it in the past.
Well, I think I got a confirmation from you saying that, there is nothing wrong in sending canned messages, because instead of reaching out to just 10 people using canned message, you can probably reach out to 2,000 people. So I think there is nothing wrong, and that is a confirmation. There is a question, Naval. Very interesting question from Neetu Kaur Singh, and she wants to know, her question is exactly, how can we pitch by hitting hard? Would you like to answer to Neetu?
Well, I probably need to know a little bit more about the question, but let's try and think about what she's asking there. Hitting hard, the hard hitters. I'm sure you've seen it on YouTube. If you don't do this, this is going to ruin your life. It's a bit like the COVID hitting hard issue that the governments have got. You must stay at home. You've got no option. If you come out, we'll shoot you. I'm joking. I mean, but in essence, that was the feeling people were getting. So you can do hard hitting messages. If you don't go down the gym, you won't get muscles like mine. Well, perhaps I don't want muscles like yours. So you've actually got to think about what that hard hitting message really is. COVID will kill you if you don't look at the messaging, the hard-hitting messaging that some governments are using about the COVID vaccination. Just take a look at what messaging they're doing and look at the response they're getting. You're always going to get a backfire effect from people that say, who do you think you are? Well, how are you? What do you mean you're telling me what to do? You've got to be prepared to respond to that backfire. But if your hard-hitting message is telling people the truth, and I'm all for telling people the truth, but remember, some people on the other side need to hear the truth in a soft way. Other people need to hear it in a hard way. And we've only got another hard arena here, global warming, true or false? Now, at the moment, we've probably got 50-50. We've got 50% of saying it's nothing to do with me, and 50% are saying we're going to lose everything. But the point is, it's a hard-hitting message. You've only got to look, several years ago, the Vice President of America, when he, retired from the post, he went out and he went around the world and he was going after this hard-hitting message about global warming. For some people it worked, for others it didn't. So you need to know who your audience is as to whether it's going to work. Does that make sense, CK? I mean, it's about audience participation. It's about knowing your customer, knowing really what they want to hear.
Yeah, yes, Naval. I think she agrees with what you have explained to her, and I think we've already answered that you can actually choose the right keywords in your canned messages. So. Neetu, if you're hearing us out, I think we understand that you now agree with us and your question is answered. If you have any other question, please do type in, and we will respond to your question. Now there is another question from Danisha Singh, which says 100% of you want your business to carry out a message that resembles what you offer or what you believe in, always make sure that it's true and factually correct, and know your audiences. So this is observation from Danisha Singh. Any comment on that, Neville?
Well, she's absolutely right. I mean, the last thing is know your audience. Remember, to have a successful business, you might only need one customer. You don't have to be hugely successful by the number of customers you've got. That one customer might keep you in business for the rest of your life. So it's a simple question, and it's a sort of economics 101 or business 101. If I've got a product and I sell for $1 million and I've only got one customer, is that enough? Well, the answer is, what's your margin? It's quite simple, really. If it's cost you $1,001, no, it's not enough, because you've not actually recovered your cost. But if you've got 1 million customers and you're charging them $1 and you're making a 40% markup, happy days. Because all of a sudden, repeat business, after a while, you'll become a millionaire. So it's not rocket science that we're talking here, but it's a lot of common sense. But unfortunately, common sense isn't common practice. I'd just like to sort of leave on a message here of just a quick wrap up to what we've been saying. Go and have a look. If you're in the world of entrepreneurship and you are what you might think is that you're a bit of a me too, or even if you're not a me too, this is a perfectly good exercise to do. Go on to eBay. Go and look at how these suppliers are shown to you. If you click on them, you will see lots of ratings. It will say seller confidence, feedback. This person gets 99.6% feedback. Then have a look at the feedback they're getting. You can do the same on Amazon, because Amazon do the same thing. I get it all the time. I buy quite a bit off Amazon. Some of it because I'm interested and I want to see what's going on. Others because I really do need the product. But Amazon will go back to you and say, have you given feedback? Did you like this product? What was it you liked about the product? So your challenge today, and it's a simple challenge, is go and have a look at what these big platforms are doing and learn from them, because it's the best learning place ever. I mean, they've spent millions of dollars on their platform. They have hundreds of thousands of sellers on their platform. Some are very happy about being on the platform, some aren't happy. But just take a look at what other people are doing. You're not copying them, you're just taking best practice. And this is about common sense. Common sense is about taking good practice from somewhere else and applying it in your arena. It's the simplest message we can have today, and it's all about people buying from people. So take the experience that's out there and apply it into your business.
Neville, thank you so much for finding time and giving your wisdom to us and our viewers. And thank you so much, viewers, to participate and ask questions, especially Danisha, Neetu, and Amit. Please join back tomorrow at 12 noon India time. We'll be back again with some other interesting business subject along with Neville. So Neville, I'd like to say goodbye for today, only to catch you tomorrow. Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I'm your friend Chandrakant. Today there has been a spectacular news which is related to business, which is Tesla decided that they will allow other electric vehicle to be charged in their charge station. I think this will have a very huge implications with regard to opportunities, and this is exactly what we will discuss today in our show. To discuss this opportunity, I will be joined by a very senior, very eminent speaker from UK. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be back along with my guest in a moment. Welcome back, friends. And today, as I had promised, we have a very interesting discussion just coming up with our guest, Mr. Naval Gund, who is joining us from UK. Welcome to the show, Naval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, we've got an interesting discussion today, and it's about progress. It's about changing from being a petrol head to being a silent running vehicle. So I wonder if any of you can guess what that is. We'll put you out of your misery. It's about electric vehicles and something new today in the news, I hear, from India. CK, why don't you share it with everybody?
Well, I think more than the news, the whole idea is about diversification. I think that is the key here, because Tesla has decided to create a network of charging points, charge station, and open their charge stations for any electric vehicle. So I think their technology of charging their vehicle is now getting into higher segment where they are diversifying so that all other electric vehicles, even their competitors, can charge their vehicles from their charge points.
Well, that's, as you say, diversification. I mean, this is, to me, it's called collaboration. So all of a sudden, so rather than Tesla being in the monopoly, saying this is mine and only our vehicles can use it, and the reason only our vehicles use it because you need a special plug. But now, of course, it's a universal plug. It's a universal socket that people can then plug into. Now, people will hear me talk about collaboration all the time. Now, I think this is a very smart move by Tesla. I think this is a move whereby saying you may not be able to afford a Tesla, but you know what? You can come to a Tesla charging station. So all that means is that the word Tesla, the name Tesla, the brand of Tesla is still firmly in your mind. What do you think of that?
Naval, this move of Tesla will trigger a new age of diversification, because it's not as simple as, allowing other people's car to come and, hey, come over and charge in my Tesla charge station. It's about diversification. It's basically going beyond Tesla vehicles and making revenue for his company using the charge solution as a platform. So that is why this is a remarkable move by Tesla, where the age of diversification into electric vehicle arena, also some sort of co-branding, some sort of loyalty plans that may come out with. So who knows what they have in mind, but I think it looks like from business point of view, this is a great move.
Oh, absolutely. And you mentioned the diversity you're going to need. So it's not just the fact that it's now a universal plug-in, which, as I say, I think is a very smart move, because the Tesla brand will be everywhere. But more importantly, what do you think about Tesla entering the world of fintech, if they're not there already? I mean, why wouldn't they create their own credit card? For instance, in the UK, we have lots of loyalty cards. In the US, you're inundated with your loyalty cards. You open your wallet and you've got one bank card and about 40 shop cards. Here, you tend to have one or two shop cards, but the loyalty arena is going to play huge dividends, I think. And it's not beyond the world of imagination where Tesla will actually create their own loyalty card. Buy 500 kilometers worth of electricity and get 10% free. It's and how do you do that? Well, you need our loyalty card, and of course it can be digital. So literally you sign up online, and as you plug in your vehicle, you put your PIN number in and off you go. So all of a sudden, Tesla now know about where you're traveling, what your vehicle relationship is, how often you're charging your vehicle. And guess what? Maybe they'll become the Amazon of the EV world. They'll say, well, while you're traveling, why don't you snack on this? And you can pick it up at this power point, at this charging point. I mean, we're waxing lyrical here. This is two old guys thinking about where this technology is going to go. But this is not beyond the realms of imagination, is it? This is one small step for mankind, or for man, one huge leap for mankind, I think. Didn't someone say that before?
I think, Neville, this is very true, because Tesla, Mr. Elon Musk is already playing with cryptocurrency. And believe it or not, the Indian central government has announced that they will launch their own cryptocurrency, because there has been a lot of debate on that. So who knows, Tesla may say that, hey, I'll collect money in cryptocurrency on my charging station. So I think that would be the first point when they can integrate. And you mentioned about loyalty cards. I think there are a lot of cross branding, cross selling solutions possible. You can generate points and exhaust those points elsewhere in a mall. So things like that. I think this will open up the whole new ball game of having a very intelligent Amazon type of dashboard available to the users of electric vehicles.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, we're just scratching the surface here, but you have to think about long term. You have to think about what happens after you've created this charging station. And we've only got to look at a gas station. When the gas station opens, it sells gas. No, it doesn't. It sells lots of other things as well. And not just things that are relevant to the vehicle itself. So I remember the good old days. My goodness, we're going to go trip down memory lane here, where you would go into we call them petrol stations over here, not gas stations, where you go into a petrol station and someone used to put the petrol in for you. They call it in America, they call it a full service. And it still happens in some places in America. When I've been there, not too recently, you can get a full service. And they'll clean your windscreen, and they'll clean your back window, and they'll clean your side mirrors. And all of a sudden, you feel as though you're a customer, not digitally putting your number into a keypad to see if your credit rating is good enough to pump gas. And the other thing is, of course, as I said, remember the good old days of you could also buy oil, antifreeze, anything that was relevant to the vehicle. But you could also get a snack. You could also get a drink. And in days, probably, I would say maybe 10 years ago, they introduced the happy snack. So a meal, a meal on the go. So it was a sandwich, crisps, and a drink, all for one particular price. So you can see where this is going. I mean, just look at your service stations currently. Just look what's in there, even down to payment. You go into a Shell garage here. We should charge Shell for this, probably. We should get some royalties. If you go into a Shell garage and you give them your loyalty, the first thing I ask you is, have you got your Shell card? Because it's a loyalty card. And then if you say no, they say, would you like one? So even the kiosk operators are upsellers. They're the best salespeople out there. They are upselling all the time. And that's what can be done here. So I'm really interested in seeing what's going to happen with the Tesla arrangement. And of course, if Tesla's smart, and I'm sure Elon Musk is a pretty smart individual, as we've seen in the past, he'll be lots of co-branding. He'll be bringing in McDonald's, and with the drones, my guess is while you're charging your vehicle, a drone will deliver your McDonald's. or your Burger King, or your Big Mac, whatever it's going to be. I'm sure they'll do deals with them, and of course, it will be that pop-up type arena. Of course, will be before the car drives itself. So, in the end, I think driving a car will be quite boring. It'll be literally just getting in a taxi and say, take me to your leader, and we'll see what happens. But I say we're just waxing lyrical here as usual, CK. Any thoughts on where you think this might go? What opportunities for people to talk to the Tesla brand, maybe?
Well, in the SFO, where I have actually driven a Tesla car from LA to SFO, there are numerous charging stations. There are huge area which are blocked by Tesla, where you can plug in your car and go and enjoy your McDonald's or whatever you want to have. So there is a whole lot of services which are already available in Tesla charging station. And you mentioned about full service. So Indians are used to full service, because I don't think we will ever pay for cleaning your screen or filling my petrol in the car. So whenever we go, even today, you're talking about old days, but even today, I think my expectation is that if I go into a petrol station, I will get petrol. I will also get my windscreen cleaned. And therefore, if that is a business Tesla is now entering, where there will be a charge, they have to understand the psychology of Indians, because I think there are a lot of freebies Tesla will need to bring in. So it's not only cross-selling, co-branding, there has to be some freebies, something linked for future sales, a free nitrogen top up in your tires. So I think it's a whole Monty, I would say.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it literally is going to be, you drive up to this place and you throw the person your keys and you take a ticket. But of course you won't take a ticket, because you've done it digitally before you get there. It knows when you're going to be arriving down to the second. It actually, even knows your name. And you literally don't have to throw them the keys, because you've allowed them temporary access through your PIN code. So that's the world we're living. And, I look forward to it, to be honest with you, because anything that makes life easier for us, can only make it better, can't it?
Well, the interesting thing is, as part of the billion pounds agreement between India and UK, I think there is a lot of technology which is flowing into India, because India is being a very big consumer market. And there has been an EV agreement as well. I'm not aware. I don't remember the exact details right now, but I think I have read that there is an agreement with regard to transfer of technology with regard to EV from UK to India. So I think this space is really heating up, Neville, and we will stick around and keep following whatever the development is. But for today, the charge stations of Tesla will be able to charge other manufacturers' electric vehicle. That's a big news.
It is the big news, and see what happens. And the nice thing about it is, the more we get into this EV arena, the more we reduce the carbon footprint, the better it is for everybody. So I'm looking forward to it. My next vehicle will definitely be all electric. Be honest with you, I don't even think I'm going to have much of a choice, because the government has said past 2025 there won't be any petrol cars. So watch this space. CK, as ever, been great speaking with you this morning. Enjoy your day. It looks like the clouds are moving behind you, so keep out of the rain.
Certainly, Neville, and you also have a good day. We will catch up tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Hello, friends. Welcome to Akulmek Live. I'm Chandrakant, and today we have a very interesting case to discuss in legal matters, and that is the recent case of Aryan Khan getting arrested by NCB. And to discuss this matter, I will be joined by my friend from Ahmedabad. He's a very senior advocate practicing in Ahmedabad High Court. Let's welcome Mr. Jeet Bhatt. Hello, Jeet. How are you doing today? Welcome to the show.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show. And it's my honor to be here on legal matters, on discussing various important legal topics. Thank you for having me.
Yes, most welcome, Jeet. In fact, viewers, we are live right now across all social media platforms. So if you have any question or observation during the show, you can actually ask questions from us and from our guest related to this particular subject matter. So without further ado, Jeet, Aryan Khan arrest has gathered a lot of media attention and also political attention. And so before we proceed further, I start giving my opinion. I think it is, appropriate you being a lawyer gives the opinion what really transpired, on what grounds Aryan Khan has been arrested, and why he has not been given bail. I think these are very important questions that you can answer. Over to you, Jeet.
Yes, Chandrakant, absolutely. You are right. It has gathered a lot of media attention. And for a matter of fact, that he is the son of Shah Rukh Khan. Obviously, it is going to gather a lot of media attention. And so it's very interesting how this came into light, because on 2nd of October 2021, Cordelia cruise, which was on Mumbai coast, wherein a rave party was organized, and where Aryan Khan was also invited with his friends. And the NCB got a tip off, that is the Narcotic Controls Bureau, got a tip off that there is a rave party and drugs are going to be consumed in that party. And therefore, they disguised themselves as guests and entered into this cruise ship. And thereafter, in front of NCB, this rave party was going on, where they busted this party, and they also got to know that drugs were being consumed by these guests who were invited, amongst whom was also Aryan Khan, the son of Shah Rukh Khan. And they arrested and seized the material, the contraband that was involved in the rave party. And that is how the name of Shah Rukh Khan's son got involved into this NCB case, which is registered. And he was arrested on 2nd of October, when this rave party was busted by the NCB, Narcotic Controls of Bureau, which found the contraband drugs in the cruise ship. So that is how it came into light, and it has been out of proportion what we are seeing in news channels every day. So that is how it got busted.
Yes, Jeet. In fact, it is quite interesting that there is so much of support for Aryan Khan, and people want him to get out, even if there was a normal person not related to any superstar, he would have he would have relinquished without any pity on him for years together if they are caught with even 1 gram of a contraband substance with them. So I think it is for you to clarify why it is important. In fact, we have already in our previous shows we have covered the legal aspects around this. But I think since this is a fresh case, you can throw some light on why Aryan Khan is not getting bail. Over to you.
Yes, Chandrakant, as you rightly mentioned, we have discussed the NDPS Act in our previous legal matters shows. And I think it was during the first lectures which we started on legal matters. that we had discussed this NDPS, and it's been a year. So it's almost a year that we have been discussing on a lot of legal subjects. And we started with NDPS when Riya Chakraborty and Sushant Singh case was being highlighted on media. And now again, we are back to the same act, that is the NDPS Act, discussing on another personality, that is Aryan Khan, son of Shah Rukh Khan. So what has happened is, yes, you are right. If it would have been any other person, he would have already been out on bail, because if the quantity that you see, which is being discussed on media, if that was found, if even assuming, because Aryan Khan says that he was not found in possession of any contraband, whereas his friend, that is Mr. Merchant, was found with having 5 to 6 grams of charas, and that does not come within the quantity of commercial quantity under the NDPS Act. And if it is not commercial quantity, then obviously the non-bailable offenses don't get attracted, and it would amount to a bailable offense where Aryan Khan and his friends would have been out on bail already. But but a matter of fact that why this is being investigated is because the NCB is claiming that there is an international racket and some WhatsApp chats which have been recovered. And also, for a matter of fact, that they have busted this rave party where a lot of big personalities, children are involved, that they want to investigate, and they sought for the custody of Aryan Khan along with other members of the party, claiming that they want to investigate in order to find out material against them so that a watertight case can be investigated. And they say that they have found some chats which link Aryan Khan and also his friends to international racket, where they say that there have been material found on their WhatsApp chat history that link them to other persons who are involved in international racketing. And there are chats of various natures. But so that is why this case has been investigated, and the custody of Aryan Khan was handed over to the NCB for a period of initially for a period of 7 days, and then his bail application was heard, and now his bail application has already been heard, and it has been kept for orders on 20th of October, wherein most likely his bail application is going to be decided whether he is going to be granted bail or not. So that is how his case has landed up initially for custody, and thereafter his bail application is heard. But you are right. If any other person would have been involved, he would have already been out on bail, because the quantity is not commercial. It is in at best a personal consumption, which would amount to a bailable offense, and he would have been out on bail.
Keith, you mentioned about WhatsApp chats, and usually people discuss a lot of personal matters on WhatsApp chats with friends and family. And if the WhatsApp chats are being used as evidence, what is I mean, what is the privacy? I mean, is there a infringement of privacy of people? Because in this case, given the fact that he could be discussing some deals on WhatsApp, but uh, is it coming under the legal preview of as an evidence into such matters?
Yes, Chandrakant. So you are raising some very important questions about the constitutional as well as criminal law, because the Constitution provides for fundamental rights, wherein every accused is entitled to have a right to remain silent and to not implicate himself, because he cannot be a witness in his own case. That is a most important fundamental right that the Constitution provides to every citizen of this country. And therefore, if a WhatsApp chat from a mobile phone recovered from the accused is used as an evidence against himself, would violate his constitutional right of the protection that the Constitution prescribes under Article 20, Clause 3, that is not to be used as a witness in his own case. So here, what the prosecution, that the NCB is trying to do, is to use the WhatsApp chats as a evidence which is procured from the mobile phone of the accused himself. So in my understanding of the Constitution, And if you see, the same provision also applies in American Constitution, which also prescribes for a similar right under the Fourth Amendment to the American Constitution, which also prescribes that a accused cannot be compelled to be a witness in his own case. And without proper search warrant, the evidence used from his own premises cannot be used against him. And the evidence, if at all is used, would be inadmissible in evidence. The same principle should also be applied in Indian context now, when the Supreme Court has rightly held the right to privacy to be a part of fundamental right of every citizen of this country. So therefore, applying the same principle, and there are case laws in American jurisprudence where the Supreme Court of the USA has held that the evidence procured from the mobile phone of the accused cannot be used in evidence if the same principle based on the same fundamental right that the American citizens have in the context of same fundamental right that Article 20, Clause 3 provides to Indian citizens. The WhatsApp chat, if it all is being used against the accused, it cannot be permitted to be admissible in evidence, irrespective of what they say. Because though what was argued in his case by senior advocate Mr. Desai was that the lingo used by the youngsters in this case is being misunderstood. So I don't know what exactly the terminology was used. But if I take the legal principle that whether at all whatever lingo may have been used can be taken as admissible evidence, then the principle of Article 20, Clause 3, reading with the interpretation given by the US Constitution, cannot make it an admissible evidence in court of law. So that because it violates the right to privacy, and it also violates the fundamental right to remain silent and not to uh, uh, use the compel a witness to be a witness in his own case. So therefore, these two principles applying in Indian context also would render the evidence inadmissible. So that is what the point that I'm trying to make, is that this is a violation of right to privacy.
Well, I think this is the legal standpoint. However, the under trial is still behind bars, has been sent to custody, and at the same time, uh, where in a country where the bail is a norm and jail is the exception, what is your opinion on what is going on? There is something which is not being reported, and therefore bail has not been granted? There is something more that meets the eye. What could be going wrong? Because I think the courts cannot go wrong on this because they also know the law. So, from your point of view, what could be going wrong in this case?
Well, yes, you are right. So basic norm is bail as a rule and jail as an exception, and that is what the Supreme Court has held is since long in a number of matters. But there are some exceptions with regards to some special enactments, like the NDPS Act, which does not have a provision of anticipatory bail, and also which has stringent provisions. So, considering the acts which have been invoked in the present case and what the NCB is arguing, that Section 27 applies, which is a non-bailable offense, though it's a non-bailable in the sense that the police cannot grant them bail. Otherwise, with the quantity of the drugs which are even assumed has been consumed, that is 5 to 6 grams of charas, would amount to personal consumption and would be a bailable offense under the NDPS Act. But Section 27, if is invoked, amounts to conspiracy, which would render it an non-bailable offense. But the fact that these, considering the facts which are brought in the public notice, this doesn't seem to be a conspiracy of any sorts, because he was invited in the cruise ship to be a part of the member of the party that was going on. And if he was a part of party and assuming that some drugs were being consumed, he would not be an accomplice to the conspiracy that what is trying to be brought in force by the prosecution, that is the NCB. Because being a part of conspiracy is being a part of a crime, and there has to be involved a meeting of minds, and that the prosecution has to prove that there was meeting of minds in order to commit a crime. That doesn't seem to be so, because there's a saying in law that men would always lie, but circumstances do not lie. And in this case, it doesn't appear that the circumstances show that he was a part of conspiracy. And therefore, Section 27, though the prosecution is trying hard to invoke, but what it appears is that Section 27 would not apply, and therefore he should be enlarged on bail, and he's already been in custody for around 10 days, or more than 10 days. And on 20th, his bail application is going to be decided. But certainly, because of the provisions of NDPS Act being such a serious offense, and Section 27 rendering it a non-bailable offense, this matter is stretched to such a point that he had to remain in judicial custody for a period of 10 days or more. So that is how the prosecution or the NCP is trying their best to earth out an international racket. So certainly, I must say that they have done a wonderful job in order to, because this is a menace in the society. Drugs should not be used, especially by the young generation of this country. And person like Aryan Khan, who are son of a celebrity like Shah Rukh Khan, obviously most must stay away from drugs, and must not even remotely be associated with drugs. So therefore, in case if they worked out such a rave party, NCB has certainly done a wonderful job in coming out with this prosecution case. But in order to find out an international racket or a conspiracy, I think they are stretching it much more than what it appears to be.
Before I move on to my last question, there is a question from a viewer, and the viewer name is Edified Learning. Viewer has joined in from YouTube, and this viewer is asking, what do you think the fate of Aryan Khan will plea, and what will be the implication? Uh, Essentially, this viewer is asking whether he'll be released the merit or he'll go to jail on 20th. What is your opinion?
It's always difficult to judge the or predict the outcome of an application of bail, but considering the facts which are available on the media, I think he will be granted bail, because he's a young 22, 23-year-old celebrity's son. And considering the amount of drugs which was consumed by him, and considering that he is not a part of any international racket in order to sell commercial quantity of drug, I think he should be granted bail, because he's already learned his lesson. And otherwise, also there is a provision in NDPS that if you are found with possession of drug which is for personal consumption, and even if you admit that you consumed it for your personal for your own self, then the offense can be commuted and you can be released. Even of you can be discharged of the entire criminal trial. So considering these aspects of NDPS Act, I think he should be granted bail. And the implications, of course, are harsh, because a 23-year-old celebrity's son had to remain in judicial and police custody for a period of around 13 to 14 days. Obviously, it's going to have some impact. But the good point that one must take from this is that the police is not going to get anyone scot-free of an offense of under the NDPS Act. And therefore, nobody should consume drugs. And that message must go to the society loud and clear. Irrespective of who you are, whose son you are, the NDPS and the NCB is not going to let you scot-free. So that message is very important for the society.
Absolutely, I think this message is very important, and I think this brings me to the last question. And I know this is outside your your knowledge base, but let me ask you as a citizen, since you're also a citizen, and you can respond what you feel about this last question. And this is about the politics around it. That is, the political parties are going out of the way and releasing the uh, addresses and proofs of witnesses to through Twitter and through social media platform. Is it right? And if it is not right, what should be done to prevent such a thing? Because witnesses now living in threat of for their life because of this drugs and high profile people involved in this. What is your opinion on my last question?
Uh, yes, Chandrakant. In fact, you are raising very important questions with regards to also media trial and the fact that the matter is sub judice, the matter is under investigation. Also, one must not forget, and every citizen must know this, that every accused, that's a principle, that's a cardinal law of criminal justice system in this country, that every accused is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. And this, not just the court, it is not just for the courts and the lawyers, it is for every citizen to remember that one must not jump to conclusion that a person must have committed an offense only because he is charged of that offense. It is for the prosecution to prove, and till then, every citizen is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty by our legal system. So therefore, don't jump to conclusion. The politicians also, any comment being made which affects the trial should be of course averted and not be used or misdirected. And also, media trial should not run to such a nature that they must convict him or they must hold him guilty before even the prosecution has tried to prove its case. So this is very important. They must not come out with the names of witnesses because it would obviously hamper the investigation and also the trial. And therefore, such comments should not be used in public platforms.
I think we had a very fruitful discussion today, and our viewers would have learned lot of things about this particular case. This is in clearing eyes of everyone because of the media involvement in this case. So, thank you so much for giving your inputs today. And viewers, I'd like to thank you also for engaging with us, and please keep sending your messages, and we feel very proud that you are watching us and you are engaging with us. So, Jeet, thank you so much, and we will catch up next week, same time, in the legal matters.
Thank you, Chandrakant, for having me on this show.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live and I am Chandrakant. And for past few days, I have been putting daily challenges. These are logical in nature, and I want the viewers of our program to solve those logical puzzles. And fortunately, I'm very honored and pleased to have one of the person who actually cracked it in less than 5 seconds, and he was one of the first few people to crack challenge 5. So we will invite him in our show and solve the puzzle together. Before we start this exercise, I must tell you, folks, that please stick around to this outstanding show as there is a giveaway, and we will tell you in the end how you can win your free gift. Welcome back, friends. And today in our show, we are actually solving one of the challenges. As you know that we are putting some challenges for people to participate. And these are all very simple challenges which involve geometry, mathematics. And today, I'm honored to have Mr. Naval Gun on this show because he is one of the first person who solved this challenge. These are very easy challenge, but we will have Naval to talk about that. Welcome to the show, Naval.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. Well, I don't know about one of the quickest, but it's basic geometry, isn't it?
It is basic geometry, but I called it a challenge because I wanted to bring in more elements so that people get confused, but they have to think straight and logically.
And you're absolutely right. We need to think straight and logically. And like anything else, we can all look at something and we can go, oh, that's a bit complicated. As indeed, I expect the majority of people did when they saw your little puzzle. But the simple things in life are simple. And to get the answer to the puzzle, we need to break it down into component parts. Now, I can tell you what the answer is. It's in the back of the book, but don't look, it's cheating. The reason is, so why do we need to know this stuff? So this is the issue that a lot of young people, particularly when they're learning maths, because geometry is maths, okay? They say, oh, it's boring. Oh, why do I have to learn this? You know, it's going to have no impact on me whatsoever. But the answer is, there's actually a reason for everything. And basic geometry has got some really good foundations in your practical life. So, for instance, CK, okay? What would be a very practical solution that you're looking for if you need to use geometry in your house? You know, because when you get older, we're all homeowners and we all like doing a little bit of DIY. Or if we like buying furniture and we like to see, you know, roughly what things look like. And I know you can go online and you can get apps for all this stuff, but it's a lot easier if you take a tape measure and a piece of paper. So one of the most practical things that I learned from geometry was when I first was told about a rectangle. So when you just draw a rectangle, there you go, there's a rectangle. You imagine a rectangle in your head. It's got equal sides that way, equal sides that way. That's the benefit of a rectangle. And the area of a rectangle is this length times this length. And we learn that from basics. So why is that useful? Why do you think that's useful?
Well, because in my opinion, everything is rectangle and we have very few squares. So we need to know, you know, what is the area of my room so that I can fit in this couch or fit in this sofa or get the flooring done. So I think these are the basic requirement. These are life skills which we must have.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned a square, and that's a very special rectangle because it's equal sides all the way around. And there are fascinating things that we learn about rectangles. So if we know that the area of a rectangle is one length times another, what's half the area of a rectangle? Well, it's simple. It's half one length times the other. But now draw a rectangle in your mind and split it in half. How many ways can you split a rectangle in half, CK?
Well, I think about 3 ways. You can cut them horizontally, vertically, or diagonally.
Yeah, I mean, our teachers used to say, you know, put a mirror because you want half and half. So if you put a mirror down the middle, you definitely get half and half. If you put a mirror horizontally across the middle, you definitely get half and half. And if you put a mirror diagonally, I'm not too sure you get half and half because actually it doesn't quite look like a rectangle when you look in the mirror. It looks like a kite. Then all of a sudden you start to think about different areas, different spaces, different objects. But the nice thing is you now know the answer to the puzzle. So let's have a look at the puzzle, shall we?
Well, Neville, the puzzle was like this. I have classified this as circles and tangents. And as you can see, just few minutes I will explain to the viewers. There are two tangents which are now, so hopefully people know what is a tangent. It is a line which just touches the perimeter of the circle. And in this example, what is happening is there are two tangents coming from both sides of the circle, and then they are at an angle and intersecting each other at certain distance. And then from the where the point the tangent touches the circle, there is a line which connects to the focal point, and that line is called radius. And I asked the viewers, can you solve this area which is surrounded by yellow lines? So that was a puzzle basically, Neville.
Excellent. And immediately when people look at the title, Circles and Tangents, they'll go, oh, no, I don't remember that. Oh, that's too difficult. And the interesting thing is, it's got not a great deal to do with the circle, apart from there's a radius, and there are two radiuses, and they're equal. And it's not got a lot to do with a tangent, apart from the tangent forms a right angle with a surface that it's attached by to the radius. So here's the problem. Immediately people go, oh my goodness, circles and tangents, I don't remember that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's got nothing to do with circles and tangents, and everything to do with a rectangle, or more importantly, a triangle, because it's a right-angled triangle. And the beautiful thing about a right-angled triangle is, we're going to go back to our little example earlier of a right-angled triangle is just half a rectangle. So if you can now, I don't know whether you can do this. Can you see, Kate? Can you draw a line from the center of the circle to the point of the radius, of a point of the tangent?
I can do that, Neville.
Doesn't have to be perfect, just... Oh, brilliant. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good. That'll do. Excellent. So now what we've got is we've got two triangles. But the beauty thing about that is those two triangles are exactly the same. So all you need to do is know the area of a triangle. And I've told you the area of a triangle before. It's half the base times the height, because it's just a half of a rectangle. And it's as simple as that. So you can break these puzzles down into very, very simple geometry. But the reason is why you need to use it is most important. So on the side of any paint tin, it says, this paint tin will cover 10 square meters. Well, it's pretty good to know how many square meters in your house you want to cover to know how many tins of paint you need to use. And not all tins of paint say 10 square meters. Some might say 5. Some may say 7.5. Some will say this needs 2 coats and it will cover 15 square meters. So all of these things that CK is putting up here have got some practical use. So I hope that makes sense. And it's a very simple, this is a very simple question, but what you need to do is see through the red herrings. Get away from that which is distracting you. And look at what you're being asked to do. So each of these triangles is half the base times the height. And we've got 2 triangles, so it's double. In essence, what you've done is you've formed the original rectangle. Does that make sense? There you go. There's your answer. So what looks as complicated in first thoughts isn't complicated, because you can always break it down into component parts.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, I gave the hint, and that was a very big hint. And I have mentioned that it's a 90-degree angle, so it should be straight away clear to the people that it's half of the rectangle. And we are trying to show that in dotted lines here, that had it been a rectangle and we have divided that diagonally, then it will look like this in the blue dotted line. And so the area of a triangle, of a right angle triangle, is basically height into base, and that is half of it because it's half of a rectangle. And since there are two rectangles, two triangles, or two fictitious rectangles, all you have to do is basically multiply by 2, and that means this is basically a quadrilateral, which is height into base. The answer is very, very simple.
There's always a simple answer, but you have to just break down the problem. So once you've broken down the problem into its component parts, you get to the answer very quickly. But like anything else in life, you can be confused by the title, circles and tangents. The context is the triangle.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, this is exactly why the challenge is tricky, and it's a challenge. It's a puzzle. It's not a mathematical problem. It's a challenge how logically you think. And some of these challenges that we are putting now are very simple in nature. People have to just look at it, and like you are explaining it, it's half of a rectangle times 2, and that is a solution for this challenge. There is nothing to do with tangents or 2 pi r, or none of those formulas are required in this. It's a very, very simple challenge, which you are the first one to crack in less than 5 seconds. In fact, I gave 3 minutes, but you cracked it in 5 seconds.
Well, I'm not. To me, it's never a race. It's about trying to do the right thing. But the key thing is, everybody, is break down the problem into little component parts, and then makes life a lot easier. I've got a challenge for you, CK. I would like you to imagine, in fact, you could even bring a whiteboard up if you like. I would like you to imagine drawing a clear piece of paper and drawing a small circle on that piece of paper and colouring in that circle so that you've just got a dot on the screen. Can you do that? A small circle on the screen. It's not small either, but anyway. That's better. Right, just colour it in with the same colour. With the same colour, just go backwards and forwards and okay, that'll do. Which is a whiteboard. Okay. Now, I want you to close your eyes. Take your hands off the screen, off the keyboard, and close your eyes. Okay? Close your eyes. I can see they're open. Close your eyes. Okay. In a minute, I'm going to ask you to open your eyes. And I'm going to ask you the question, what do you see? Are you ready? Okay, open your eyes. Now, what do you see? Explain to people what you see.
I see a very bad drawing. A round shape bad drawing in blue color.
Okay, anything else?
I think I also, it looks like a sphere to me, not a plain circle.
Okay. Looks like a sphere. Anything else?
It is the only thing on that white sheet.
Okay, now we're getting there. Okay. Because what you've done is what everybody does. They focus on the small things. They're not focusing on the white sheet of paper, what you could do with that white sheet of paper, how big that white sheet of paper is. The fact that this little blue dot that you've drawn pretty badly that looks like a sphere has no relevance whatsoever because it's on a huge white sheet of paper. Why did you draw it in the middle? Is it in the middle? Is it to the left? Is it to the right? And this is just making a very simple example of what we were doing earlier. We focus on those things and we go, oh my goodness, I've got to explain that little thing. And that's not how life works, because there's much bigger things out there that we don't look at because we've been asked to focus on something else. Now, I didn't ask you to focus on the blue dot, did I? But I asked you, what did you see?
Absolutely, Neville. You didn't ask. You did not give me a puzzle to solve. You just asked me, what do you see?
And it's as simple as that. And that's why life gets complicated, because you don't see all the wonderful things around the blue dot. You just see the blue dot.
Absolutely. So viewers, there are more challenges like this. I'm hoping that you will solve this. In fact, there is one very interesting which is called circles and triangles, which is challenge 1. That is very, very interesting and slightly more difficult. And there are easy ones also. So hopefully, just like Neville has solved it by looking at the problem, you should be able to solve our challenges. These are very simple but logical in nature. All you have to do is cut the clutter and solve our challenge. Thank you, Neville, for coming and providing this solution to our viewers. And we will catch up in the next solution. Until then, I'd like to say goodbye for today.
Cheerio, everybody.
We have some unique Akulmek memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Akulmek gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Akulmek and smash that Friends, as you know that the Modi government had started a new initiative which is getting your old vehicles scrapped, and in lieu of that you can actually get a brand new electric vehicle. There are a lot of schemes available and also started by the government of India to promote the electrifying of your personal transportation system. And the scrap policy is one of the major item. And in past few days the government has been going on a very full steam ahead, doing a lot of webinars and seminars with interested parties, trying to take this policy off the shelf and into the implementation. And one of the key item is to attract people who will actually set up the scraping unit for your old car. As of now, if your car is older than 20 years, which is personal car, and if you have a commercial vehicle older than 15 years, they will be deregistered from 1st of June 2024. So we are already in 21. I think we have 3 to 4 years time before this particular policy come into picture, and that is why government is making sure that everything is set up, and the starting point is scraping your vehicle. As far as this scraping is concerned, what you have to do is you have to take your old vehicle to the scrap yard. They will give you value of the current value of the vehicle plus 5% scrap value of your vehicle, and also a certificate. So you already got recovery done of your old vehicle. With that certificate, you go and buy a new car. You will get 5% discount on your new car. In addition, at this point in time, the government is giving you almost like a very heavy subsidy. It depends which state you are in, but state by state, there are subsidies given for adapting electric vehicle. So the Modi government is getting into a advanced gear to get this scheme rolled out, and they are looking for partners who will set up the scrape unit. As far as the scrape unit tender is concerned, anybody can become partner actually with the government. The terms and conditions are very simple. All you have to do is apply with the government, fulfill those requirements, and become a scraping partner, and things like that. So I think this is something like a good opportunity for people who wants to get into this side of the business, which is going to be very big in years to come because of sheer number of sheer volume of vehicles are available in India, and there is going to be so much scrappage required. So the government is getting into full gear, advanced gear, where they start building this on ground infrastructure to enable scrappage done smoothly, appropriately for the citizens of India, so that they can scrap their old technology vehicle and move on to a more advanced electric vehicle, which are also very environment friendly. And as of now, there are 2 states who have already reached the advanced state of preparedness, which is Gujarat and Assam. A lot of companies have responded to these tenders, and they are getting into the first list of shortlist by the 2 state governments. And very soon they will have this infrastructure ready in these 2 states, which is Assam and Gujarat. I'm sure there is an opportunity by other states also, businessmen who wants to get into these tenders. I am bringing this information to you because if you are an entrepreneur and you want to venture into new side of business, new type of business, this is something which is an opportunity for you. Maybe, if the tenders open up in your state, you can venture into that area and set up the scrape units for vehicles which are submitted at your scrapyard. So friends, I will meet you in the next one, but just in case if you have any comments, do write in, I will respond.
Hello, welcome to Assimilate Live, and I'm Kanchan Verma. And today, you know that in the series of great rishis of India, we are discussing about Agastya Rishi. He is a very profound personality, and he is very famous, not in India, but also in Indian subcontinent. Agastya was the Indian sage of Hinduism in traditional Indian tradition. He is noted as influential scholar in diverse language of Indian subcontinent. He and his wife Lobamudra are celebrated author of hymn in Sanskrit and text Rig Veda and other Vedic literature. The hymn composed by Agastya are known as verbal play, smiles, puzzles, puns, and striking imaginary embedded within his spiritual messages. Agastya appeared in numerous Itihas and Puran, including the major Ramayana and Mahabharata. He is one of the 7 most celebrated Saptarishi in the Vedic text, and he is also considered as Tamil Siddhar, which is, somebody who has attained a position of Siddhi, a position of spirituality, a position of equal to the God. And that too in the area of Shaivism, because he is a staunch believer in God Shiva. And when we talk about Tamil tradition, the Tamil tradition is also grammar is invented by Agastya Rishi in Tamil literature. And he is also pioneer in the development of Tambra Panyan medicine, which is related to copper vessel medicines. And spiritually also there are many Shiva center and Sri Lanka and South India. He is also considered as the ultimate Puranic literature author. Now, when we talk about Agastya Rishi, and it is very, very important to mention about Agastya Samhita, his written book. And it is considered as, he can be considered very easily about skill which he was having, which is of gemology. That means he has a very unique art of understanding gems and jewelry, and in several other Sanskrit texts on gem, and also credited to him, he has written the various influences and various types of gems and how you can make jewelry out of it. In Tamil tradition, Agastya is considered as the father of Tamil language, as I told you. He is also compiler of Tamil grammar. Agastya has been a cultural hero in Tamil tradition. According to legend in Puranic and epic, the aesthetic sage Agastya proposed to Lopamudra, a princess born in the kingdom of Vidarbha. Her parents were unwilling to bless the engagement because they are concerned that she won't be able to live with this lifestyle of Agastya, who was living in jungle, who was not having any house, and they were thinking that how this princess can live in jungle with a rishi who is not be able to give provide luxuries of a palace. But the legend says that Lopamudra accepted him as a husband, saying that Agastya has the wealth of aesthetic living. Her own youth will fade with the season, but Agastya's wealth of virtue that makes him right person for her. So therefore, Lopamudra was married to Agastya, and she became wife. But in other version, it was also said that after the marriage, Lopamudra said she demands Agastya to provide her basic comfort, and a demand that she cannot live in jungle like this, and a demand that ends up forcing Agastya to return to the society and earn wealth. So going forward, according to many legends, it is said that he loved his wife very much, and he considered this request. The two legend which is related to his ashram, it is said that he lived in many places in India, and according to few legend, it is said that northwest Maharashtra, on the bank of river Godavari, he was having a ashram near Nasik, and that still called as Agastya Puri. And sometimes historian also say that his ashram was at Uttar Pradesh, which is near Kannauj. And a part of this, there are many variation about his ashram where he lived. Some people say that he was having an ashram at Satpura range near Madhya Pradesh. In Ramayana, Agastya and Lopamudra is described as the living in Dandakvan in the south slope of Vindhya mountain. God Ram praised Agastya as one who can do things which God finds impossible. So his aura, his personality was like that he was required by everyone when there is a very difficult aspect of any problem comes in front of him. So he praised him like this. Ram also described that one sage Agastya asked Vindhya mountain to lower themselves so that sun, moon and living being could easily pass over. So he is also described as such as a sage who used his dharma to kill the demons, and there are many stories regarding this, and his role of spreading Vedic traditions and Sanskrit is emphasized in many instances, while in South India tradition, his role is spreading irrigation, agriculture, and of course the development of Tamil language, which is emphasized by many historians. There's a very interesting story which goes how a North Indian sage Agastya shifted to South. It is said that once in Skand Puran that the whole world visited the Himalaya when Shiva was about to wed Parvati, and this caused earth to tip to one side. Then Shiva requested Agastya to go to South region to restore the equilibrium. So thus Agastya migrated to south and on Shiva's behest. And when you really go in South India and other southern part of Indian subcontinent, you will find many temples of Agastya. He is being prayed as a god in temples. Several Buddhist texts also mention Agastya about so many contribution in many of his deeds. Now, when we come towards his contribution, I was telling you that in several Buddhist texts mention Agastya, and in even Java and Sumatra, there's a mention of Agastya Rishi and his contribution in many of the texts. He was particularly popular in Java due to his teaching of Shiv and Siddharth, which is easily accepted by Jaivinian society. He introduced the Vedic science and the Sanskrit script in these areas. He is also, his mention is also found in Cambodia, Vietnam, and other region. In early mention of Agastya is traceable to about 1st million CE, but in 11th century, Jaivinian language mentioned Agastya Parva, which is a remarkable combination of philosophy and mythology. I would also like to mention that he is also credited for inventing dry cell. For this, I mean, if you recall that most people give credit to Benjamin Franklin for discovery of electricity, and this is how Benjamin Franklin had been the greatest scientific mind of his time. He was interested in many areas of science and he made many discoveries, invented many things, including bifocal glass. And going forward in 1880, when Karl Gassner, a German scientist, invented the first dry cell. But do you know that in ancient text of Agastya Samhita described the method of making electric battery, and that water can be split into oxygen and hydrogen. Modern battery cells resemble Agastya method of generating electricity. For generating electricity, sage Agastya used the following material: one earthen pot, one copper plate, and copper sulfate, and wet sawdust, and zinc amalgam. He also mentioned in his book in a Sanskrit text, and the meaning of the Sanskrit text is that place a well cleaned copper plate in an earthenware vessel, cover it with by copper sulfate, and then moist. It is said you moist the sawdust. After that, put a mercury amalgamated zinc sheet on top of the sawdust to avoid polarization. The contact will produce energy and known by the twin name of Mitra Varuna. Water will split by the current into Pranvayu and Udan Vayu. So this is how in Sanskrit text the whole process is being described. A chain of 100 zar is said to have given very effective force. When a cell was prepared according to Agastya Samhita and measured it, it gives open circuit voltage as 1.138 volt and short circuit current as 33 MA. So you see, the Augustus credited, he was a very great literary person. He has also great knowledge of gems and stone and how to make jewelry. A part of this, he's also credit of invention of dry cell making. So going forward, I would like to ask our viewers to share their ideas and their knowledge about this great sage of India, which is being popular, especially not only in North but also in South India. And we will find many temples of Agastya Rishi, especially in southern part of Indian subcontinent. So this was something which I wanted to share with you about Agastya. He is one of the greatest Saptarishi of Indian subcontinent, Indian history and Hinduism. So till next time we meet, I will look forward for your messages about this great Rishi of India. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Hello friends, this is Akul Mac Live. My name is Chandrakant. Today we want to discuss how you can actually win more clients using the legitimate policies and practices available provided by social media, and what has gone wrong to the age-old tried method of doing drip marketing. And this is very important episode, so please stick around as an outstanding show coming up. Friends, also want to remind that there is a free giveaway, so stick around till the end of the video. We will tell you how you can win your free giveaway. Hello friends, let me welcome my guest today. His name is Mr. Nevagun, and he's chairman of MindFit Limited. He's joining us from London. So without further ado, let me invite Neville to the show.
Good morning, CK. Good morning, everybody. A bright sunny day in London, even if it's a little cold. We've got an exciting subject to talk about today, and I suppose it's in the digital transformation arena, although for those people that know me very well, I don't like talking about digital transformation because transformation doesn't exist. It's an evolution, it's a change. It's actually getting used to the changing environment that's out there, and digital is only one. But we're going to talk about lead generation today. So CK, lead generation, how's it changed? What happened in 2015? Let's go back 5 or 6 years to normal times, you know? when business was a lot simpler than it is today in many people's eyes. So what happened in 2015? What did you do for lead generation?
Well, it was a tested, tried model of sending emails, and you keep spamming everyone in the world using fictitious name. And there was a mechanism that even Microsoft favored it, because you can send from one email, you can send up to 301 email. I mean, you can spam legally, and in a month you can send up to 3000 emails from a single email account. So the Microsoft technology allowed all that, and this was used and misused by everyone. No one is spared when I say used and misused, because everyone across the world, they were spamming each other. And there was a cost to it. There was a CRM cost, there was people, there were managers to manage the campaigns, and the whole thing will drip down into 1 or 2 leads, or maybe 5 leads in a month. I think that was driving all the business globally. After 2015, what happened was this whole drip email spamming, and there were more regulations came in, especially in Europe to start with. Then all countries joined in. Even now in India also there is anti-spamming law. So the whole lot of legalities are there, and because of that, this whole drip thing is going to spam folders. And because of that, all of us keep getting hundreds of thousands of email daily. We keep deleting them. So it didn't work after 2015. So obviously there was a need, there was a gap in the market to find a new mechanism to do lead generation, because that is where it starts. If you don't have leads, you don't have business.
Oh, you're absolutely right. If you don't have leads, you've got no business, no customers. So this is pretty fundamental to the success or survival of any businesses. And just going back onto 2015, because we were all inundated with lots of emails, we didn't know whether we'd opted in to an email funnel or we'd opted out, and they were still spamming us. But it came down to companies then became very precious about their data. So if they had you on their database, you would regularly get a call, perhaps, or an email to say, you're on a database. I thought you might like this. If you're not interested, let us know. But there wasn't an unsubscribe button at the bottom of the email. But of course, as you were saying, the laws started to change, and now every email comes with an unsubscribe at the very end. I've noticed recently how small those unsubscribe letters are. I mean, so if the main body of the email is, say, font 12-ish, so it's easy to read, scroll down to the bottom and the unsubscribe is like font 2 or maybe 4. So in other words, they're desperate to keep you on the database. And the advice that I would give now is, don't be that desperate. Be transparent, be honest. If you really are giving people an option to unsubscribe, make it clear. So that's lesson 1 of the day, because customers want honesty. They want transparency, even more today than ever before. And COVID, interestingly enough, because we're going to skip forward, because things did change in 2016, 17, 18, 19, but they massively changed in 2020. Because whereas before, the seller, you, the company, had most of the power. You had the data, you had the information about your products, even if you had a website, but you were almost in control. And the burst of the internet allowed customers to be a little bit more in control, so they could go and Google what you do and see who else does it. The reality of life is people didn't have time to do that, so they would go back to their trusted sources. However, last year changed everything, because now all of a sudden people have got time. And they're I don't know if you agree with me, CK, but people are far more knowledgeable now than they ever were before. In fact, they could list, half a dozen websites that sell the same thing. And they're just going to go and see if it's a product, if it's a consumer product, a disposable product, if you like, they're just literally going to find the cheapest, because it's the same brand and it's just delivered the cheapest and it might be there quicker. And that's what Amazon focuses on getting you into a Prime membership so that you can literally get it during the day, or at worst case, next day. So things have changed. I mean, do you think that consumers in general are now far more savvy because of the time they've had to go and investigate?
Absolutely, Naval. In fact, as a seller, you have to be extra smart now, because there are players in the consumer market like Amazon and Walmart, and they are trying to fight for the market share. And when it comes to selling services, it is a totally different ball game. Nobody wants to buy any service from anyone, so it has to be sold in a very different manner. And most of the SMEs are and startups are fitting in that area, because if you don't know how to sell your services, then you will never have clients. And especially when you can't send emails and you can't generate a drip method of making a funnel, then obviously you have to have some other techniques to reach out to your clients so that they can you know they can impress with you, and they end up deciding to buy from you. Usually from my experience, I can say that about 7 to 12 touch points are required even before the customer decides to even talk to you. That means they would have seen, they must see you at least 12 times in a period of a month before they even decide to even talk to you, because it is all crowded space. uh, Everybody thinks that they are jack of all trades. So you have to create, and that is another point, Naval, I want to make, is that because of this crowd, a lot of people are getting caught in me too syndrome. Don't you think so, Naval? I think it's affecting so many people without realizing they are doing the same thing over and over again and reducing their chances of winning anything.
No, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we'll coin a phrase that people heard last year, and there's a clue for you: herd mentality. Me too. Get everyone in the same place, doing the same thing, behaving the same way, looking for the pattern in essence. But the interesting thing is, you mention a funnel and a methodology, because lead generation, right the way through to sale, is a process. And what I'm finding fascinating is that although the process hasn't changed, because fundamentally, what are you doing in that lead generation to sales process? You're capturing the imagination of the customer. You're making them aware. You're basically saying why you're better if they choose you over somebody else. Most good companies never point out the competition, but they say they're the best. And they say, try us out. Some even offer a 60-day free trial. It's not a free trial because you've got to pay up front. And the likelihood is after 60 days, you won't be sending it back. So it's very clever marketing, advertising, if you like, but the process is still the same. How do I capture someone, capture their imagination? Now it's a bit more difficult, as you say, because the consumer is becoming more knowledgeable. Well, knowledge is power, but knowledge is very dangerous as well, because you might think you know something, but the reality is you don't know the ins and outs. So the key to this sales process, if we can call it that, is that hasn't changed. It's just the medium you use the sale process that's changed. So previously, the medium or the technology was email, well known, well proven. But even then, lots of small business advisors were saying you need to be on YouTube. You need to have a video. People need to see who you are. So all this transparency issue, people buy from people. How many times have we said that in the past on our many discussions over the last couple of years? Now that arena is coming to the forefront. And we're demonstrating it here. We're having an interview over 6,000 miles, and we do it on a regular basis, almost every day of the week. And we know that actually is what people want to hear. They want to see almost like an exhibition. It's a 24/7 exhibition. When you go to an exhibition, and then you go the following year, and the following year, and the following year, after 3 years, you notice the same company is in the same place, in the same exhibition. And they're saying the same thing, typically. But it's after that repetition, and maybe you said, between 7 and 12 touch points. If you see someone at an exhibition 3 years on the trot, you actually think, I can trust this lot because they're still around. And it's funny how the mind works, but that's why people say, I want that stand in that place, next year. And they book up early. That's their sales process. So the key question is, number one, we're not going to tell you what the sales process is because you can go and look it up. Go and Google it because it's pretty much the same for everybody. But what mediums now have changed so much in that, whereas email was a must-do, was a go-to, what mediums do you think small businesses in particular should be focused on today? What are the must-do mediums that you should be using?
Well, Neville, I think world has moved around more than 360 degrees many times now in last 1 year. And what I would like to suggest is that it's not only YouTube that is important, and it's basically all of them are important, because all of them carry a different, all different platforms carry a different algorithm. So, for instance, if I'm allowed to talk for a few minutes, YouTube picks up video and show on the wall of people if your delivery and your video and your subject is very catchy, which means that if your video is being watched, the YouTube will recommend more and more. So if your video is being watched more and more, you will get more and more traffic. That is how the algorithm of YouTube works. And the basic difference between YouTube and Facebook is how and what. So when people go to YouTube, they actually search for how. They want to know how this thing happens, and that is when your video comes up. Whereas on Facebook, they were given what is available. So that is where the difference is, and that is where the technology or your campaign will differ, because when you're doing how video, you go to YouTube, and you're going, when you're making a what video about your services or product, you actually focus on Facebook. Bigger than both these platforms is Instagram, because that is designed for a video distribution, and Instagram will give you more than 2000 3000 views instantly. And usually these are all reel based offerings, so you make short videos and use Instagram to drive traffic either to Facebook or to YouTube. So these are the ways to do it. And the fourth is Twitter, which has tied up with a TV company called Periscope, and that has the ability to basically churn and create opinion, because of microblogging website. So you should have your videos fine tuned for Twitter platform. So all four are very, very important. And Neville, you must have noticed that now LinkedIn is feeling the heat. Recently they have started product feature. So far they didn't had a product feature. I mean, it's a pity. I mean, they are business networking, they have sales navigator, but they didn't know how to put a product there. Whereas Facebook provides launchpad for your products and services. So now they are doing a beta testing. LinkedIn is also catching up. They are now doing video platform beta testing. So all of these are very, very important, and all of these have different characteristics.
That's so well defined, CK. And the interesting thing is, people are going to say, well, how do I do that? And the interesting thing is, you practice what you preach, because you're already on, Ackelmac is on all of these platforms and doing what you say. So the how to is always listed on YouTube. The what is always on Facebook. And it's so simple when you think about it. But again, not many people really understand the marginal difference between how to do it and what you do. And people, I mean, I Google all the time, when I need to refresh my mind into putting new tiles up or doing something around the house. And I will always say, how do I? How do I tile a bathroom? And immediately, guess what? All the YouTube videos come up. It's almost like there's this inbuilt mechanism that's out there, all right? And it is an inbuilt mechanism because it's called an algorithm. And that's where YouTube is actually focused on. And Facebook is focused on the what's. This is what we do. Do you want to buy a book? Here's where to buy it. The what, the what, the what. But the interesting thing for me is, who's coming up with the why? Why should I buy this book? What's the purpose of this book? And we'll leave that for another day because that's a more difficult question. But it's the most important question to ask yourself when you're going to do anything. Why am I doing this? Why am I becoming part of the herd, a me too, when actually I should be doing something else? I suppose you might call that self-help arena, but that's for another day. So, CK, as ever, interesting discussion. I think we've given people a bit more of an insight as to what to do for lead generation and generate sales in this digital changing economy. And more importantly, I'm going to plug Ackelmac here, because just go and look where Ackelmac is, how it does it, what it does, and follow it, copy it, because it's the right thing to do. And then come back and tell us how it's working for you. If it's not working very well, come and criticize it. Come and tell it. We'll try and help you do it better. But as ever, fascinating subject, lead generation. Without customers, you've got no business. And I think that's probably where we should end today.
Absolutely, Neville. In fact, people can contact us. We can tell them how to do things. There are many things. It's not. We have just touched the tip of the iceberg. There is a concept called merge. So, if you contact us, we will tell you what is merge, and we will take that through and give you the strategy around it. But for today, I think we have spoken enough. Inviting people to communicate with us, and based on your comments, we will actually bring you in the next video live with Naval Gun. Until then, I like to say goodbye, Naval.
Goodbye, CK. Goodbye, everybody. Go and enjoy your day, and just copy Ackelmac, because they're doing it right. See you soon.
Bye-bye. We have some unique Ackelmac memorabilia which will make you look outstanding. The graphics on these corporate gifts are based on the global best business practices. To become recipient of one of these gifts for free, you have to watch this video till the end and provide your valuable comments. Or you can also share your experiences. The person who makes the best comment would be chosen to become a recipient of these beautiful Ackelmac gift, absolutely free, delivered to your doorsteps. The winner would also get a chance to be invited live as a distinguished panelist during our next video. What are you waiting for, friends? Please subscribe Ackelmac and smash that like button. Hello friends, welcome to Ackelmac Live, and I am Chandrakant. You know that we are a business channel, but once in a while, to jog your memory and also to maintain variety, we actually post certain challenges which are geometrical and sometimes mathematical. And today being a weekend, I thought I had posted a challenge few days back. It was a geometrical challenge, and it was called challenge number 6. And this was a challenge basically. So today being a weekend, I thought we will solve this puzzle, and many of you actually can crack this in 2 minutes, but whenever we post a challenge, we also need to solve it. So I'm sure it's a very easy one, but I'll still solve it. Before we start our solution, I must inform you that you see this curious QR code on the screen. This is a very user-friendly way to get connected with us. All you have to do is point your mobile phone camera onto this QR code, and you will get connected instantly with our channel. And this QR code will be visible throughout the length of this video. So friends, don't go anywhere. I'll be back with my whiteboard, and we will together solve this challenge. Welcome back, friends. And as you can see that this problem has been displayed on the whiteboard. And let me explain the problem a little bit. There are two squares here. One is a bigger square and other one is a smaller square. There are two circles. One is solid and one is not solid, only perimeter is visible. So there are two circles and two squares, and the challenge was to find the area of the smaller circle. So if you look at this challenge, there are certain characteristics that you see over here. Number one is that the smaller square is exactly, the side of the smaller square is exactly half of the side of the larger square. So that means the area of the circle will be 1/4 of the area of the larger circle. So there are certain hints which are given here, but I think the problem is very, very straightforward. The problem is we have to find the area of the smaller circle, and we know that what is the area of the circle. I think if you have understood this whole problem, and also some distractions, because I think in this whole problem there are a bunch of distractions which are also present in the form of larger circle and the larger square, whereas all we need is a smaller square and smaller circle to find the area of this smaller circle. So I will just change so that I have a little bit more space for writing. I am just changing the whiteboard, and I will like to write a little bit. So what is the area of a circle? The area of a circle is it's pi into r square. This is the area of a circle. So our challenge is to basically find the let me shift this a little bit so that you can see this more clearly. Oops. Right. So this is a area of the circle, and r stands for the radius and r square. So all we need to do is basically find the radius of the circle, and now we know the little bit parameters of this smaller square, which is exactly half of the larger square. So let's say if we, let me elongate this, enlarge this picture a little bit. So if we say that the side of this square is say A, let's say A, and therefore the R will be A by 2. So it's simple, because R will be only half of this side, that is logical. So if we have to find R to find the area of the circle, it will be R divided by A divided by 2. So let's get that thing also sorted out. So if it is small a, which is the side, or let's call it B to avoid any confusion, that will be equal to R, or rather 2R, twice the amount of R, and therefore R is the radius of the circle, will be equal to B divided by 2. This is B divided by 2. So in this case, let's populate our formula of area, which is capital A equals pi, and what is R now? R is B by 2, and R is basically R square, that means R into R. So what will happen to this now? Because if R square, which is equal to B into B, R into R, therefore it will be only uh, b by 2 into b by 2. This is the pi into b by 2, b by 2. And therefore, the next equation would be a equals pi into b square divided by 4. This will be the area of the smaller circle. So friends, I think we were able to solve it in less than 2 minutes. If we know the formula of the area of a circle, we can crack this quickly. And deliberately in this image, if you see, there are some distractions, so we need not get distracted. And if we are focused, we can solve this. So friends, if you have any other method of solving this puzzle, do let me know. Do write in, give your comments. I'll await your comments. And you should wait for the next challenge, which will be slightly harder than this one. So until next time, I will like to say goodbye for today, and I'll be back with a new challenge very soon.
I'm Kanchan from Assimilate Technologies, and you are welcome to Top Brass. Today we have Ritu Gupta, who is the CEO of Four Seasons PR. Welcome to the show, Ritu.
Thank you, Kanchan.
Okay, Ritu, now as you know, this is the second phase of lockdown, and we call it 2.0, and today is the 7th day. So what is around you in this second phase of lockdown, and how people are reacting, and anything new you observe?
Well, this is the second phase of lockdown, and people, I find they're very positive about it. They are like ready to cope up with anything, and they are doing many things to keep themselves away from any kind of tension. People are cooking, they are creating jobs for themselves inside the house, and most of the people I see have become very health conscious. They are doing whatever kind of exercise they can do in the house, and walking and going to the terrace, doing some kind of exercises. And some people, they have their own gym on the terrace. So it is very good. Keep the exercise or taking care of your body keeps you away from all kind of anxiety and tension. I think this is something which is very good. People of all ages are into some kind of exercise.
So, do you feel is any activity which is a kind of hit in your neighborhood?
I think people are talking a lot, and I think it's very good. Healthy gossiping is always good. People are talking, getting to know each other. Or obviously, they are in their balconies or they are calling each other up, and exercising, which is very good. And people have become more conscious, and they are reading a lot. I have noticed over the time period of few days that many people known to me, they have started reading a lot. Reading, e-novels or the novels they already had, or books or magazines. But I think it's a very good exercise. It's a very good brain exercise.
So now coming to you, so how you are managing your days in this 2.0 lockdown?
Well, I'm doing lots of household work, which every one of us is doing. Then I'm doing lots of cleaning work also. And like I am doing this show with you. And for that, I do lots of research work, for lots of study thing. And I watch TV. Yes, I listen to music. I love listening to music. And yes, I am doing also, I'm into walking. I walk a lot because I think it is required right now to walk a lot, since we are not having much of physical activity. That is what I think. And what about you, Kanchan?
Yeah, I also do exercise. In the morning, we have our own gym in our house.
Right.
So we do exercises, and we have kids. So they demand different dishes. They are bored of eating the regular kind of food. So I prepare good food for them, and then we have some classes which are going on. So I do that also online. Then I'm also trying to learn painting. So all this is happening.
Yes. So I think the online thing is a big hit with people right now because you are finding everything online these days.
Correct, correct. So I
Yes,
think it'll this kind of arrangement of online will going to stay here for a longer period of time.
I think so. Yes, absolutely.
So
Yes.
so all the best to you, Ritu, and be healthy, stay safe, and eat healthy. So till then,
Yes.
with the new topic, we'll meet you again some other time.
Thank you, Kanchan. And you also stay safe and you also cook nice food because I see you are making lots of nice, yummy food.
Thank you.
So I will get to see more of such things. Thank you so much.
Thank
Take
you.
care of yourself.
Yeah, thank
Thank
you so
you.
much.
Bye
Bye.
bye. Bye bye.
Morning, friends. Welcome to Akulmak Live, and I'm Chandrakant. Uh, as we speak, there is a Indo-US military operation, sort of an exercise is underway high up in the Himalayas, and this is happening somewhere on the border, the LAC. So the interesting fact is that there are 300 soldiers from 350 to be precise from India and 300 soldiers from the airborne from the US, and they are actually playing the part of practicing the art of war uh, in the Himalayas and more so at very, very high altitude. So this is right now going on, and the interesting fact about this particular event is that this is now dubbed as Yudh Abhyas, which is happening in the Himalayas, as I said, and it is also hashtag as Yudh Abhyas. And as you can see in this picture, the American soldiers and Indian soldiers, as part of ice breaking, played kabaddi. And this is you can see there is so much cold and there's so much snow over there, and they are playing kabaddi, and they also played American football and volleyball. And I think this is a very good icebreaker because when the two nations are coming together, and the partnership between soldiers have to develop. I think the sports are the best mechanism, and kabaddi being a very, very demanding sport. So the Americans actually played kabaddi with full zeal, and they tried to understand the rules of the game. And if you if you are an Indian, you would know what is kabaddi. But for the benefit, I'm just repeating, kabaddi can be traced back to prehistoric times in India. It was a sport which is played equally in women as among the women team, men team. And the origin of kabaddi is that you need to hold your breath till the time you are in that act. So, and you have to be fast, you have to be strong, you have to be swift. These are very taxing requirement of playing kabaddi, and you have to holding your breath. So this is basically to increase the alertness, physique, holding your breath, and performing against all odds. And the whole game is that if you break your breath and you start breathing again, you have lost it. So the all action in kabaddi as a game is played while holding your breath, and you have to perform all activities like jumping, wrestling, running, all by holding your breath. So that is why this is so interesting information, and I thought I'll bring this to you. Stay tuned to this Yudh Abhyas, which is happening high up in the Himalayas, a joint army exercise, US and India, and I think to increase the partnership with our soldiers. So, friends, I always look forward to your comments, and even for this one, I look forward to your comments and suggestions. I will catch you in the next one. Hello, friends. This is Chandra from Mac Technologies. Welcome to Top Brass. Today, we will talk about the link between uh, elections, which will be held in this year in United States, and Pakistan situation as a FATF grey listed country. So, as we all know, that Pakistan status is being reviewed right now by FATF, and the chances are there is a very strong chance that the Pakistan may slip further down into a blacklist. Now, if they are blacklisted, that means all the funding to that country will stop, whether it is World Bank, IMF, or any other country which is trying to loan to Pakistan, will be told categorically by United Nations that if you are lending or giving funds to this country, it is at your own risk because that fund will never come back. And that is the meaning of blacklisting of Pakistan. So right now they are in grey and their status is being reviewed. So it is in the interest of India to make sure Pakistan goes into blacklist because obviously it's an enemy nation for India. However, the United States playing a major role in deciding. In fact, there is China, which will ensure that Pakistan comes out from does not go into blacklist at least, or even comes out from the grey list. But it's not going to happen. Pakistan will not come out of the grey list because they are, there is a huge blame on them for funding the terrorist activities. So, what has to be done? The Donald Trump would like to face the election and obviously would like to win, and he will like to win on a nationalistic wave, and so he is doing a couple of activities with regard to his politics, which is prevailing in United States. The second most important activity that Donald Trump has to do is to withdraw his troops, his army from Afghanistan, which is on the verge of, there is a lot of outcry in the public, and they don't want their soldiers to be stationed in Afghanistan in such a far off place for no reason. So, Donald Trump has promised that he will withdraw, and he will withdraw in a very systematic manner. So, what has happened in last 1 week? So let me take a step back. Pakistan has uh, jailed Hafiz Saeed, which until few months back, or in fact few weeks back, they were not willing to pin any blame on Hafiz Saeed for getting involved in terrorist activities. But this week, it is a surprising move by Pakistan. Uh, Hafiz Saeed has been convicted for terrorist activities, for carrying out terrorist attacks, and he has been jailed for 5 years. And Donald Trump is visiting India. So the chances are there will be a lot of strategic and bilateral agreements that's going to be signed between India and uh, United States. There could be open items which may need closures between these two countries. At the same time, as far as Donald Trump's election is concerned, the elections require a lot of nationalistic wave to be generated, and the critical action is to withdraw from Afghanistan. There, Pakistan is playing a major role. So, let's discuss a little bit about Pakistan. Pakistan, if it slips into a blacklist, then the Prime Minister of Pakistan has initiated a lot of economic reforms to bring the economy back to a reasonable level. So if they get into blacklist, then the funding from other countries or even loans or any advances which are possible will not happen. So it will further slip the country down into doldrums. It is not in interest of United States, especially this year because they are facing withdrawal from Afghanistan. So what has happened? The China is already in favor of Pakistan. China will ensure that Pakistan will come out of the grey list. However, the US will still like to play a role of good cop and bad cop. That's the terminology which is used. So they will soften their stand on Pakistan and ensure that they do not fall into blacklist, but they remain in grey list. So that way, they will Pakistan as a country will keep getting small amount from IMF, some loans from some other country, and so on. So they will have some cushion, and in return, Pakistan will take some action, which they have already started by, uh, convicting Hafiz Saeed, and also he is now jailed for 5 years. So it is basically being shown as one of the positive action that Pakistan government is taking, and I am sure there will be more news about this such actions where they would like to show physically to the world that they are actually taking action on the terrorist activity that country or non-state actors, as they say, are taking. In return, Pakistan will assist United States to peacefully withdraw their troops, and then major role will be played by Pakistan on reshaping the future course of Afghanistan. So there is this flip flop which is going to happen, and this is much before the Donald Trump's trip later in the February to India, and so that things are in shape. While Donald Trump signs strategic deals with India, they will also ensure that they soften their stand on Pakistan, and they ensure Pakistan does not go into blacklist but remain in grey list. So this is something which I wanted to give my analysis today. Uh, Please leave your comments. In case you want to discuss anything with me, I will surely respond to as many people as I could. And I will see you tomorrow as usual. Bye bye. Good morning, friends. Welcome to Akul Mac Live, and I'm Chandrakant. As per our research, we have found that uh, our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, is going to bring another major reform in India. And in month of September, he had marathon meetings with all the major secretaries of the ministries, and he's actually asking the ministries to come up with a framework to create a new reform, especially with regard to administration of the government services. And this is a major, this is going to bring a major change in the way we actually live our life, because this is all related to administration, and the secretaries are working on a 60-point plan right now, which will be announced very soon, and that involves things like issues related to citizenship. And the biggest problem the Indians have is that we don't have a citizenship card. There is nothing to prove that we are the citizen of India, and India being such a large country. And one of the method that is being thought about is linking citizenship with a birth certificate, because if you have taken birth, you're citizen of India. So I think there is a major plan which is being discussed right now, modalities of bringing the citizens data into central location and linking it with the birth certificate. So I think this is one major area where a lot of changes we will see, and this will have a major repercussions in terms of finding job, getting admission into colleges, etc., and also getting some benefits from the government, because only citizens who are the Indian citizens should be allowed to avail those benefits. So those benefits will be given to people who are born in India. So I think there is a major plan going on at the moment, and I'm pleased to bring this information. Next is one of the major item in this 60-point agenda is to bring a single window system. especially for small medium enterprises. And they want to bring a system which is even better than the Vietnam single window system. So Vietnam has been doing very well in the SME sector at the moment, and India, being a very large country, I think we cannot compete with Vietnam. But yet, Government of India is trying to bring a system based IT based systems which will be governed by artificial intelligence and a whole lot of IT related technologies built into it. And they want to reduce the burden of SMEs to the extent that they don't have to go to multiple departments to take multiple approvals. So they can actually go to a website which is hosted by Government of India and apply for the business, and they will get the license or approval to run that business. So this is on the cards, friends, and this is going to come. I think this is going to be a big boost for the SME sector, where there will be much easier to start your business, much easier to take approval, much easier to do things. And I think this is going to have some sort of change in taxation also, because there are multiple fees that needs to be paid. So I think we will wait and watch what kind of system is being thought about. And the other final agenda on my list today is India as a country want to increase further the ease of doing business, and right now we are a position at 100 position, and we want to further reduce the burden on ease of doing business, and this will attract the foreign businesses to come to India and find Indian partners to set up Indian operations. So this is also one of the big things. And so I think this is all coming down to ease of doing business, where you have the citizenship data linked to birth certificate, you have a single window approval processes, and then the laws and regulation will be IT controlled, and people don't have to go to multiple places. Multiple approvals may not be required. All you have to do is go to one particular website and register your business. So I think this is all coming. The ministries have come up with a 60-point agenda, and there are marathon activities going on. The Government of India is also trying to understand how we can roll out all these things without hampering the growth that has been projected. And there are a lot of IT development is also being planned to roll out all of these activities, linking multiple platforms like PC, mobile, or different access points, even telephones. So we will wait and watch. Friends, let me know what you think about this observation. And if you have anything else in mind, do write in and we will cover that as well. And I will catch you in the next one. Hello friends, this is Chandrakant, and in this series, as you already know, that we are discussing about the digital quotient, which is the next level of intellect measurement, and the digital knowledge plays a major role in understanding the humans, professionals, about their ability to find relevance in the industry which is going to come forward. So we have already discussed a few aspects about what is going to happen, what is the digital quotient. So in this session we will talk about the optimum use of technology. See, the DQ as it stands today is responsible for making sure that people with higher DQ will be more relevant, and they will be selected by the large enterprises as a workforce in the next decade or so. Now, when we say DQ, understanding of digital knowledge, it doesn't mean that they have to have futuristic knowledge. They have to have the right knowledge which works today as well as continue their career for next 2 decades. So, what is the optimum use of technology? As the name suggests, is that all walks of life are undergoing major changes today. So, if you look at uh, the schools used to look like this. The schools were already quite automated. Each PC was given, individual PCs were given to students in some of the high-end schools, but almost all schools have the computer lab, and toddlers who are in the second or third standards are learning to code. So the schools have changed quite a bit. They rely heavily on the internet, they rely heavily on the school ERPs. But from 2020 onwards, since the DQ is going to play a major role, the schools are also transforming into something new. So, because of lockdown, because of COVID, this is how the school looks like. So you see the school has transformed from a classroom with computers on the table to a desk in your house, and the kid is actually using his personal computer to access the school system. So what has changed now? I mean, this technology was always there, and now it has been optimally taken to the people, to the students, and the students are now realizing the power of the internet, that they can access like a classroom from anywhere, any part of the world. They can access and join the school class along with the teacher, where the teacher can actually come using a video platform, and using audio video the training of different subjects can be imparted. In fact, on the digital platform, what is required optimally is the e-learning module. Also required is a video platform so that the teacher can operationalize the education part of it, and some sort of scoring system, some sort of hard disk where each individual work is stored, and there is an assessment. So this completes the school environment, and the students are using it. So I think that there has been a profound changes to the way we actually work, and the people or the students who are studying in an offline manner but in an online platform uh, will be much more inclined to have higher DQ in years to come. Similarly, this is a photo of a usual office where you get a couple of TV screens or a monitor, and you go to office, go to your meeting room, discuss with your colleagues, make presentations, give presentation, call clients, have a client meeting, have your staff meetings, have your peer meetings, and so on. So you go to a place of work and discuss things uh, in terms of how do you deliver. But even that office is now gone work from home, and this is how the typical office looks like today. So the office environment is also completely changed. People are working from home. In fact, there are a lot of organizations which are giving benefits like working from home forever. So I think you have to go to office once in a month, maybe for half an hour, just to have a cup of coffee with your colleagues in a physical world. But most of the time you're working from home, and what it takes for you to work from home is a VPN connection given by your office, which is secure, makes it secure if you connect using VPN. Then you have all this paraphernalia along with it. You have a touchpad, you have speakers, you have camera, you have your mobile phones, and so on. This is how you actually work in an office today. Going forward, people who are more comfortable with this environment will have higher DQ in order to cope up with next things, next wave of higher technology which is going to hit us. The next wave of higher technology which will hit us is the real virtual environment. Now, when I say real virtual environment, it's really the virtual office, virtual school. So, what is virtual office? Virtual office is that it actually replicates physical environment into your work from home scenario. So, say for example, you want to have a cup of coffee with your person. The person brings his coffee, you bring your own coffee, and you get into a huddle room. And the system will be available in future, which will provide a huddle session within your system. So on your VPN. So this is how things are going to change and take shape in future. So you will have virtual colleges, virtual schools, virtual office, and so on. Now this is something which is quite optimum. You can use these technologies, which has been there for quite some time, but now you're leveraging to your own benefit. You are now bringing a lot of Internet of Things into this scenario. You may probably get into a virtual reality scenario, who knows. But people with higher DQ will destined to succeed in this new change. Now we have already discussed about the office environment and the school environment. What about the physical activity? What about manufacturing? Wait, there are changes happening there as well. Now this is a typical picture of a 3D printer which you can buy off the shelf from Amazon. So what does it do? You can plan things, you can design things, and you can then make a physical model out of your design. This is exactly what is happening. Now think about a situation where you take a 3D printer offshore, and the 3D printer is kept there, and it is supposed to build something. So what a person has to do from his office, he has to establish a link using internet with his 3D printer and give it a command remotely. So you see there are changes happening in the manufacturing arena also. In the future there will be a lot of 3D printers, and people will have to work, technicians or people or foremen who usually work in the factory will have to give command from their virtual office sitting at their work from home scenario. So even there the changes are profound and which are happening. So people with higher DQ will get better employment of in the manufacturing arena, in the factories, because they don't have to go to the factory, they have to work, but they have to control the machinery using their systems, using their home PC, and get connected to 3D printers or any other device, and so on. There has been a lot of similar arenas in the medical also, where the operations are being done by robotic arms, but the robotic arms are being controlled by doctors who are operating the patient from 10,000 kilometers. So things are very rapidly changing. Everyone should embrace this change, because world is not going to wait for those people who don't have higher DQ. So it is important to understand these changes which are happening, and everyone should try or stride harder to get more of the higher DQ in terms of staying relevant, creating opportunities, or leveraging opportunities which are being generated by the industry of the future. So this is something which I wanted to bring to you about optimum utilization of technology, and understanding how you can optimally utilize the technology. So dear friends, I will meet you next time in this series called DQ from Top Brass. Do write to me if you have any questions, any other subject which you want to cover. We will cover that in this series. And if you have any questions, do write to me. We will take up those questions in the next program. Bye bye, and see you next time. Friends, Ravan is a very important character from our mythology, from our history, and from our religion. Ram fought Ravana and defeated him as a demon king. And therefore, Ravana's role in our history is anti Ram. There are more than 1.5 billion Hindus who believe in Hinduism. They believe that Lord Ram is our ultimate God. And because of Lord Ram, we have Bharat as a country, India as a country. And many people may not know, Ravana was born somewhere in North India, and so his wife, Queen Mandodari, Ravan was born in a village near Meerut, today's Meerut, and Mandodari was born in an area which is very close to Jaisalmer. And then they moved south and they created an empire which even gods were afraid of. He had such huge technology, access to technology. um, he could in not only in terms of weaponry but also in terms of transportation, and also uh, there are description of levitation. He could move mountains by simply doing a levitation device. So they had a huge technology and so much power in terms of their strength, military might, that even gods were afraid of Ravana. It is described very clearly and very vividly that Ravan had the power to travel across dimensions and also across any part of the world faster than speed of light travel, and he could return back in the same time. At the same time, he had another type of aircraft which could fly at the speed of thought. So if you think, hey, I want to go to moon, and it will just appear, you will appear, your craft will travel so fast that it will reach moon as soon as you stop thinking about it. So the craft could travel by the speed of thought. It is an amazing technology, and that is why he is also known as aviator, because he had three to four different categories of aircraft with him. And we are not talking about the weapon machinery. He had the cloaking devices with him. He could disappear, appear out of nowhere, etc. But in terms of these aircraft, he's definitely had very advanced technology, and he is also known as aviator. He could fly in different dimensions, cloak in his aircraft, with his aircraft inside, with he and his sons inside him, inside the aircraft, and he could appear also anywhere in any part of the earth or any part of universe. So this is something which is very very thought provoking, and unfortunately for the last 1000 years, not much of research being done in terms of finding more about this technology. And when Ram fought Ravan and he defeated Ravan, so it means that Ram, who actually hailed from a place called Ayodhya, he had a better technology than Ravan. That is why he was able to defeat Ravan. So I think we need more evidence. Is that we had the technology and now we are trying to reinvent the wheel again? And 7 to 8 thousand years back, we had different kinds of aircraft, different kinds of propulsion system, different kinds of weapons, um, etc. Are we trying to reinvent? So I think this is something which needs to be answered. And because this part of the world was colonized, and systematically the either the evidence were not searched or the evidence were destroyed, either case, I think we need to do deep, we need to go down deep into this aspect and find out what is the reality, because this is a major part of our upbringing, major part of uh, our history, and we should get the myth out of the mythology, because people say that Raman and Ram were mythological character, but it's not true. It is definitely not true. So we need to get this myth out of it and get into a realistic world. And that is why Sri Lankan government has recognized, now Sri Lanka is an independent country now. Earlier it was part of Bharat, but they have recognized that it is their heritage and they want to find out more facts about Raman. because he actually had a capital in that part of the world. So they have started archaeological research on this very subject about the aviation technology of Ravan. They have also invited the Indian government, which is basically the Archaeological Survey of India, to join this research to find out the facts, to get to bring Ravana's technology to life. And a lot of people are doing research, like Egyptians are doing research. Why not India and Sri Lanka together? So that research is going to start now, and I think people must know the truth about what was going on, how humans had the technology which we are trying to reinvent now, and especially in this part of the world, the humans were very, very advanced. They had the technology to travel through wormholes, through different dimensions, and anti-gravity devices, uh, flying at very high speed, faster than light, etc., which we are trying to still find out. So I think out of the blue, somebody cannot write stories like that 7,000 years back. So we need to do research, we need to find evidence so that this can be proved eventually to the rest of the world that this technology existed 10,000 years back and we are now trying to reinvent. Friends, do let me know what you think about it. Engage with me with your thoughts and we can have a discussion. And I will catch you in the next one.
This video is sponsored by Single Point Solution. Single Point is pioneer in production and distribution of electric vehicles like electric bikes, electric scooters and three-wheelers. Single Point also provide consulting services to small F players.
Hello, friends. This is Chandrakant from Akulmac Technologies, and welcome to Top Brass. And in Top Brass session today, which is a Saturday, I thought I'll bring much talked about uh, ISRO next project. So we are already in 2020, and there are many projects which are coming out from ISRO this year, next year, and every year until 2024. So I have compiled a list of all the projects that ISRO is working on, and in 2020 there will be some projects. But before we start, very briefly, I would like to mention that ISRO had a very humble beginning. In the 50s and in the 60s, they didn't even have vehicles of their own. They used to carry the weather balloon rockets in 50s and 60s on bicycles and fire them from Sriharikota. From there, all the technology which ISRO has indigenously developed, and now a lot of advanced projects are coming up in the coming years. So let's start about what are the next projects. So the next project that ISRO is coming out with in 2020, which is called Aditya. Now this is a spacecraft which will go and study the sun. And sun, as you know, has many things. It has many layers, and it is important to study the different layers of sun. So Aditya carries. It's like a space laboratory. It carries multiple devices on board. It carries the visible emission coronagraph. It also carries a ultraviolet imaging telescope. It carries solar wind particle experiment laboratory. Also carries plasma analyzer and solar energy and X-ray spectrometer, and also carries the high energy orbiting X-ray spectrometer.
So it is packed with a lot of high-tech measurement devices, and the idea is basically to study. There are hardly any study done except NASA has done some study, but predominantly all we know about Sun today is because of the research done by NASA, and they had sent some of their probes. So India became one of the elite company to do research on Sun, and as you know, it's still a mystery that why the corona, which is a visible part of the Sun, is so hot and so bright. Although the surface of the Sun is not very hot, it is something like 5 to 6,000 centigrade, whereas the temperature in plasma, which is the atmosphere outside the surface of the Sun, the temperature can go up to millions of dollars. So I think it's a big mystery, and Aditya will help us solve this mystery. This spacecraft is going to be launched in 2020, so I think all eyes in the sky this year to see Aditya being fired from Sriharikota. Moving on, in 2022, a joint project between ISRO and NASA, it's called NISAR. It's basically N stands for NASA, I stands for ISRO, and SAR project. What are the agenda for SAR is basically study the planet Earth, and it carries a lot of measurement devices on board. It will go around the Earth, and it will carry the experiment from space about the planet Earth, which are very complex in nature. Things like ecosystem disturbances. You know how much carbon in forest, and there is a forest fire. What is happening? So any ecosystem disturbances, this satellite will do the experiment and will tell us what is going on with the environment. Other thing it will experiment on is the ice sheet collapse, because as we know that temperature is going up and the polar ice is melting. So how fast and what is going on in Antarctica and the polar region? Any other natural hazards, things like earthquake, tsunami, and also the volcanic eruptions. So this is something which is going to be launched in 2022, and this will make the vital study about the planet Earth. And again in 2022, the spacecraft which is very exciting, it's called Gaganyaan. As you know, Gagan stands for the sky and Yan stands for the craft. So this is, as the name suggests, this is a manned mission to space, and it will carry three Indian space travelers to space. So we don't know whether they are going to be called astronauts or we will have some other name. But let's see, we will wait and watch what Indian astronauts or the space travelers will be called. The spacecraft is called Gaganyaan, and this is exactly how it looked like. This is a very complex project because 3 passengers from India will have to go to space and survive there for 7 days. So they will have to live in a very comfortable environment, and this is how the spacecraft look like. It has a chamber for the space travelers to carry out different experiments and also to sleep and also to do their daily chorus. It should also have life support system. It should also have things like what food to carry for 7 days, and it is going to be a very huge spacecraft. And that is why the rocket which will be firing it is also supposed to have that kind of thrust, so that it can carry the payload for the manned mission into the space. So this is very exciting. In 2022, 3 Indian citizens will travel to space, and also they will have the space suits which will be indigenously developed and so on. And there are a lot of other things which will come. So I think we will hear more about this. The launch of Gaganyaan is scheduled in 2022. Moving on, the Shukrayaan, as Indians would know that Shukra is the name of planet Venus. And as you know, Venus is the hottest place in the solar system. The surface temperature of Venus goes upwards of 500 degrees, which is very hot. Even the lead melts on the surface of Venus. Uh, Only Russian, when they were USSR, they did a lot of unmanned probe. They sent a lot of unmanned probe, and they did a lot of experiments with Venus. And whatever we know is because of the Russian probes, which were sent by the USSR in those days. And so that's why we know. From Earth we cannot see very well because the Venus as a planet is covered in very thick carbon dioxide clouds, acidic clouds, so it's kind of obscured, and we cannot see the surface very clearly. And that is the reason, because it's all covered with cloud. The Venus is the brightest planet of all the planets. You can see it next to the moon every night. It remains along with Mars, along with Mercury, visible to naked eye for a couple of hours in the evening, just after twilight. And that is why this is also known as evening star, because it shines like very bright, very bright star, but it does not twinkle because it's a planet. So this Shukrayaan is scheduled to fly in 2023. It will carry a lot of experiment devices for carrying out experiments on the planet Venus, whether humans can survive, what is the pressure on the surface, what is the what is the temperature across different layers of atmosphere, and so on. So this is going to be very, very exciting scientific experiment, and we will learn more about planet Venus after this spacecraft, which is fired into space. And this is how it may look like. The French Space Agency is going to help us build this spacecraft and some of these components. Now the Mangalyaan. We had the most successful journey to Mars, and as you know, Mangal stands for Mars in India. And in the first attempt, we reached Mangal, and we actually carried out a lot of experiments. So in case of